Good afternoon. We are live from Council Chambers. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the master point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Just can.
Are they? Okay. Andrew, can you hear us? They can? Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, Councillor Wright?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Got it. Okay, cool. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of my council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Stevenson, you want to do that, please?
Yes, thank you. I'll move adoption of the June 10th, 2024 Council Chamber, City Council public hearing. I don't believe there are any changes. No.
Need a second, Councillor Salvador, so please vote.
Yes, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, yes for Tang.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. Any protocol items? I see none. And I will go through the explanation of public hearing process. Before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations of the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behavior to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. With that, I will go to the explanation of the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will call out the names of the people registered to speak. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation. Members of the public who registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, there's a virtual timer on the Google Meet, or you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has made a presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in the response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, Council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration, or at clerk.city. Oh my God, I'm just totally lost it. Okay, let me start it again. Okay. Last one here. Okay. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's your time to hear from your panel. With that, I'll go to clerk. Please, may you please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 20837, to allow for medium-scale housing on a unique site, Boyle Street?
In favor, we have Allison Rossland from Situate.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, joining remotely. And Jeff Booth from Situate, joining remotely.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And in opposition, we have Tricia Laurie in person. There you are. Eric Gormley in person. Thank you. Magda Mallory in person. Thank you. And Paul Hong on behalf of Ken Thomas in person. Thank you. Dwayne Holmberg. Thank you, in person. Julia Andrew in person. There you are. Thank you. And Lorna Thomas in person. Thank you.
Mayor Sohi, confirming that we just received one more registration, Kelly Ray, in opposition to 3.1. Kelly Ray.
Kelly Ray. There you are. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 20836, to bring key regulations for low and mid-rise development in alignment with standard zoning, Blatchford?
In favor, we have Om Joshi to answer questions only, joining remotely from WSP Canada, Inc.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Tom Lumsden to answer questions only, City of Edmonton, joining remotely. Tom?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Items 3.3 and 3.4 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Bylaw 20834, to amend the Keswick Neighborhood Structure Plan, and item 3.4, Charter Bylaw 20835, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Keswick?
In favor, we have Holly Mickelson to answer questions only from Stantec in person or remote? Remote?
I'm remote. Yeah.
Okay,
Good afternoon.
thank you. And Chris Nicholson to answer questions only from MKLP Land in person or remote?
Good afternoon.
You're remote. Okay, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Items 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, Bylaw 20828, to amend the Pilot Sound Area Structure Plan? Item 3.6, Bylaw 20829, to amend the Cybeca Neighborhood Structure Plan. And item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 20830, to amend to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Cybeca.
In favor, we have Bob Ross to answer questions only from Qualico in person. Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, Charter Bylaw 20831, to allow for small and medium-scale housing and a school and a park site, Stillwater?
In favor, we have Chris Davies to answer questions only, Davies Consulting, joining remotely.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Rihanna Rahman to answer questions only from Qualico, joining remotely.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, Charter Bylaw 20840, to allow for small-scale mixed-use development, Glengarry?
In favor, we have Andrew Olson to answer questions only from Innis in person.
Good afternoon.
Remote? Okay.
Remote today, yeah.
Thank you. No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.10, Charter Bylaw 20833, to allow for a variety of commercial businesses, Samelia?
We have in favor Natalie Lima, Ronmore Developers, Inc., joining remotely. Natalie? Are you there? No, no one is in opposition. Oh, sorry, let's see. Natalie, you there? Yes, we see you. Thank you so much. We'll come to you when you're, if the bylaw is selected. Okay, no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Soyi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 20842, to allow for commercial and limited light industrial businesses, Dominion Industrial?
In favor, Stacy Casanau to answer questions only in person. Thank you. Tim Pasma, Hope Mission in person. There you are. Thank you. Ellen Pollard, Kenora Community League in person. Thank you. And in opposition, we have John Kearley, Morrissey Properties Limited in person. Thank you. And Ian Wakowicz, Durham Capital Inc. in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.12, Charter Bylaw 20775, Zoning Bylaw Text Amendment to Minimum 3 Requirement for Small-Scale Residential Development?
In favor, we have Nathan Binama to answer questions only, Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, joining remotely.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Rocky Firo, I saw Rocky in person. There you are. Thank you. And in opposition, Bob Parib, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, joining remotely.
I'm here.
Thank you.
And is there anyone to speak to item 3.13, Charter Bylaw 20795, to amend Zoning Bylaw 20001 to reduce barriers to office tower conventions in the downtown special area?
We have no one in favor and no one in opposition. Carry on, please. Or that is it, actually. That is it. All right. Selections, colleagues. Selections for bylaws. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll select item 3.1.
3.1. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I'll select 311 and 312.
311, 312. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I'd like to select 313.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Jans.
3-4, please.
3.4.
Yes.
And so 3.3 as well, because they cross-referenced. Oh, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor. So just a quick question, because I know we couldn't hear from the speaker originally. Is the speaker on 310 interested in speaking, or only if we select it? Did we get confirmation? Because they were muted last time.
Let me check.
I hope I'm, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Natalie Lima, are you,
Yes, I'll speak if required.
if selected? Okay.
Yeah,
Then I don't need to select it. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. So we have 3.1 selected. Three point three and 3.4. 3.11, 3.12, and 3.13. Okay, with that, I'm going to go to Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on item 3.2, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, and 3.10.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We are waiting on one vote.
You got all the votes?
One more vote.
I am a yes. I lost my connection.
Thank you, Councillor Piquet. We have all the vote.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Piquet. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20836, Bylaw 20828, Bylaws 20829, Charter Bylaw 20830, Charter Bylaw 20831, Charter Bylaw 20840, and Charter Bylaw 20833.
Second.
Okay. So please vote for the final reading.
Councillor Piquet, confirming. Thank you. We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. Okay, we are on to our first item, a Charter Bylaw 20837 to allow for medium-scale housing on a unique site, Boyle Street, exempted by Councillor Stevenson, and I'm going to go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. Through a direct control zone, or DC, this application allows for development of an approximately 6-story residential or mixed-use building in the quarters. Next slide, please. The site is located at the end of 101A Avenue, overlooking Roland Road and Riverdale to the east. There is nearby bus service on 95th Street and Jasper Avenue, and the quarters LRT stop is about 450 meters away. Next slide, please. The site has both a unique shape and slope with a significant elevation change between the front and rear lot lines. Next slide, please. The proposed DC zone is designed to accommodate a primarily residential development, which is very similar to the medium-scale residential zone, or RMH23. A DC zone is used because the site has a unique shape and slope that requires specific regulations to facilitate development and ensure compatibility with the river valley. To satisfy City Policy C599, community amenity contributions, the proposed DC requires one 3-bedroom dwelling with characteristics designed to be attractive to families. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback from the public through a pre-application notice. This is required for direct control applications, information on the city's webpage, a mailed notice, and one-to-one communications, and a public hearing notice. We heard from 5 people with questions and concerns related to street parking, including impacts on the loading zone across the street, which is heavily serviced by dedicated accessible transit, otherwise known as DATS. We also heard concerns about impacts of a potential new building on the nearby natural area. In response, we assured citizens that as development progresses, the applicant must ensure that loading zones and curb areas along 101A Avenue are unobstructed for DATS operations in the area. Next slide, please. In response to those concerned about impacts in the natural area, we clarified that, although the site is on a slope that eventually leads into the river valley, it is not within the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, nor the overlay. No development is proposed south of the site on the public land that borders Roland Road. The existing natural vegetation in this sloped area will remain. Next slide, please. In the city plan, this site is located within the center city where the most intense and diverse forms of land use are anticipated. The site is also part of the 5 Corners Quarter of the Quarters Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, which is intended for higher density residential commercial mixed-use buildings with heights ranging from 11 to 150 meters. At 6 stories, the building proposed by this DC zone is well below anticipated development scale for this part of the quarters. However, the smaller scale proposed reflects a proportional response to the smaller site size and appropriately contributes to the desired increased intensity of development in this area. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It facilitates housing development in Center City in alignment with the city plan and the quarters downtown ARP, and the DC zone ensures compatible and sensitive development with surrounding land uses and natural areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we will go to folks signed in favor of this application. I will call your name and you each will have 5 minutes to make presentations. Then we'll go to questions to the panel from council members. Allison Rossland, please start.
There should be a presentation to go along. Perfect. All right. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Allison Roseland from Situate, and I'm speaking today about our client's application to rezone their property in Boyle Street to a direct control zone to allow for a new multi-unit residential building. I'll be speaking about the site and the policy context, and my colleague Jeff's presentation will focus on the proposed development and the history of development applications for the site. Next slide. Situate submitted this application in November of 2023, at which time we created a web page to provide our contact information, to post updates about the application, as well as to answer commonly asked questions. In October, we also mailed an information letter to 134 nearby addresses to let the neighbors know about the project, the webpage, and again to provide our contact information. We heard from one neighbor who provided us with information about the history of the site and raised concerns about parking, erosion, security, and affordability of housing. Next slide. The land use immediately surrounding the site is primarily low to mid-rise residential. There are high-rise buildings, the Hat at Five Corners and the Doubletree by Hilton, approximately 200 and 380 meters away, respectively. There are several surface parking lots throughout the neighborhood that will likely be redeveloped over time. The site is also near a number of schools and parks. There are several bus stops nearby on Jasper Avenue, which is a frequent transit route, approximately 225 meters from the site. The site is also located approximately 450 meters from the Quarters LRT station. It's also located near bike routes through Louise McKinney Park and along 96th Street and 101 Avenue. Next slide, please. The site is located in the Center City node as designated in City Plan. City Plan encourages development in Center City in the form of mid to high-rise buildings, which includes buildings ranging from 5 to 20 stories. This proposed rezoning will allow for a building at the smaller end of what City Plan calls for within Center City. As a result, the proposed rezoning will provide a sensitive transition to the surrounding lower density areas and contribute to the gradual planned transition over time that City Plan envisions. Next slide, please. The Quarters Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan was approved by City Council in 2009 and has been amended since then to accommodate development within the planned area. The subject site is located within the Five Corners quarter of the ARP, which encourages high-density residential, commercial, mixed-use buildings with a height of 3 to 45 stories. Next slide, please. As I pointed out, the site is located about 450 meters from the Quarters LRT stop, making it an ideal location for new multi-unit housing in alignment with City Plan policy. This application is part of the planned redevelopment process that is occurring near LRT stops and will help provide the density needed to support the new LRT network that we've invested so much in. Next slide, please. With that, I will wrap up and hand it over to my colleague, Jeff Booth. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll go to Jeff next.
And I should have some slides here as well. Yep, there they are. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Jeff Booth from Situate, and I'm speaking this afternoon about the previous development permit application for the site and the proposed development. Next slide, please. Our client, Triple Gold Limited, submitted a development permit application for a mid-rise building to the city under the site's current DC1 zoning in 2021. The application was approved on June 15th, 2023, with one variance to the minimum site area of 600 square meters, which was required because the site is only 419 square meters. The development permit was subsequently appealed to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, and they overturned the approval, determining that the development planner did not have the authority to vary the minimum site area because the regulations of a direct control zone cannot be varied. The practice of regulating minimum site area for multi-unit developments is no longer the practice of the City of Edmonton. Newer zones in Edmonton no longer include these regulations. The proposed DC zone will remove the minimum site area regulation and align the zoning with current practices. Next slide. As a result, the proposed DC zone is written to largely align with the new RM medium-scale residential zone, which has no minimum site area. Some regulations, including minimum setbacks and floor area ratio, are tailored specifically to the proposed development, which largely complied with its current DC1 zoning. The proposed rezoning can essentially be viewed as a technical exercise to remove one outdated regulation from the site zoning. Next slide, please. As part of our application, we submitted a sun shadow study based on the proposed building. The sun shadow study shows that for most of the year, the shadow impact on residential properties is fairly limited, and the shadow moves quite rapidly over the ground throughout the day, such that no property would be in permanent or perpetual shadow. Next slide. On this slide, you can see the number of development permits that have been applied for in Boyle Street in the last decade. The vast majority of development permits have been for changes to existing buildings, like additions or changes of use. Only 14 of the 215 development permit applications in the neighborhood have been for new developments, and only 12 have been for multi-unit housing. This development will create new housing in the quarters where redevelopment has been encouraged, but has been very slow. Next slide, please. Our client, Triple Gold, has completed several other infill projects in the city, which you can see on this slide. Triple Gold is committed to being a good neighbor during the permitting and construction process and maintaining open communication with the community. All the building and geotechnical engineering will be reviewed again by the city at the development and building permit stages. All geotechnical and construction requirements will be followed diligently, and work will be inspected by its geotechnical professional to ensure that the building and surrounding community are safe. Our clients are hopeful that with your support, they can build something great on this site in Boyle Street that provides a new housing option for the community and helps implement city plan's goals. Next slide, please. So to wrap up, I would like to respectfully ask for council's support of administration's recommendation today on this rezoning application, which aligns with city plan's goal of adding 50% of new housing units through infill citywide, and will enable the development of multi-unit housing in the center city node close to transit. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much. Now we'll open up for questions from council colleagues to folks in favor of this application. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe I'll put it to Speaker Booth, but either of you are happy or welcome to respond. I know that congestion and traffic is a concern that I've heard about for this development. Just want to confirm my understanding of the site design, which is that there is one universally accessible parking stall and then one other parking stall. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and is that parking stall, again, I guess is there an understanding at this point if it's planned to be a loading area or just a parking stall for one of the residents?
Just a parking stall for a resident.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans? Councillor Stevenson, you are the Deputy Mayor.
I will take the chair.
Okay. I just want to maybe, again, with same speaker, Jeff Booth. I haven't been to that site for a while, but I used to go there quite often when I was working at DATS to transport passengers who live across the street at Arts Space. It has always been kind of a tight spot to navigate DATS vehicles. Has things changed? Say maybe 15 years. I'm talking about 20 years from now. No, 20 years back. 20 years back, sorry. Is it still tight?
I don't think that anything there has changed. But I think something that has changed is that there's an LRT station nearby, and so we expect that most of the residents of this site would end up using transit rather than driving.
Yeah, some of those who are able to do so will do so, but people who rely on DATS to move around because of mobility challenges wouldn't be able to small. Some may be able to use their mobility wheelchairs and other scooters to the LRT station. But during winter time, I remember this being a pretty tight spot. Maybe I'll ask that. Did that come up in your engagement though, with the folks who live right across from this proposed site at the art space?
We only heard from one neighbor, and they did have some concerns about parking.
Okay.
But administration might have some more.
Well, I will follow up on that. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I will take the chair back.
I return the chair.
Okay. All right. So that concludes the questions to the folks in support of the application. Now we will go to folks in opposition. So I'll call your name. Please come down, and you'll be sitting on this side here with the. I will go to first speaker will be Trisha Lowry. So please come down. Eric Gormley, speaker number 2. Magda Mallory, speaker number 3. Phil Hong, on behalf of Ken Thomas. Phil, you'll be speaker number 4. Dwayne Hollenberg, will be speaker number 5. Julie Andrew, speaker number 6. Yeah, you can move close to the podium there when your turn comes. If you need assistance, let us know, please. Clerk will. Okay, thank you. And then Lorna Thomas will be speaker number 7. Okay, each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and we will start with Trisha Lowry.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think you have an 8th speaker on that.
Oh, yeah, I saw right. Number 8, Kelly Ray, right? In person. Kelly, sorry about that. Thank you, Jamie. Really appreciate that. All right, now we are ready to go to the speakers. All right, we'll start with Trisha Lowry.
Hi, my name is Trisha Lowry, and I'm a member of ArtSpace Housing Co-op. My biggest concern is the effect of development on the stability of the slope. I'm not a geotechnical engineer. What I do have is the experience of what happens when everybody does their best and things still go terribly wrong. And I'd like to apply my experience to what could happen at ArtSpace. Before joining ArtSpace, I owned a condo at Castle Downs Point in North Edmonton. You may have heard of it. I don't live there anymore because it was found to be unsafe and everybody had to evacuate. I would prefer not to go through that a second time. So I'm just going to share the things that went wrong with Castle Downs Point and how they could go wrong again with this development. Basically, what I'm seeing is the proposed development includes all the ingredients you need to drastically change the pattern of erosion on that slope. You're going to remove the vegetation whose roots are holding it all together. You're going to drive around on it with heavy equipment, excavate, drill. We don't know, heavy rain or just time. I think it's hyperbole to say that we could all go sliding down the hill, but it is the worst case scenario. So back to my previous home at Castle Downs Point. There was a fire in March of 2023. That's when I evacuated. Repairs should have been straightforward, except that they discovered that the structure inside the walls and floors was not what was in the plans. It was calculated that the weight of the building resting on the ground floor was more than 3 times the safe load in some areas. Everybody who hadn't been forced out by the fire had to evacuate. we won't be able to go back because the repair cost would be astronomical. The land and building are being sold as is. So at this point, you probably have two questions. One, didn't the city inspect it? And two, how much are you suing the builder for? The answer to number one is back in 1999 when it was built, the city didn't have the capacity to inspect major projects and relied on the builder's professional engineer to sign off. Riverdale Lookout is a lot more complex than a 4-story pink stucco condo on level ground. Rhetorical question, does the city have the capacity today to provide effective oversight for this project? And the answer to number two question, in Alberta, it's incredibly difficult to hold corporations to account when they cause harm. I have no doubt that this company has hired the best experts. They're going to act in good faith and do the best job they possibly can. But standard practice in the construction industry, I learned, is to create a subsidiary corporation for the specific purpose of a particular build and close it down when the project is completed. At Castle Downs Point, that means that even though there's a big sign out front that says Carrington, legally the buck stopped at that subsidiary that no longer exists and has no assets to seize if there's a judgment against them. Us owners are high and dry. Carrington is doing just fine. So let's consider how this could play out with Riverdale Lookout. They don't want to lose their investment, but corporations have a superpower to cut their losses and run that regular people don't. There's any number of points during construction that this could turn out to be a money-losing proposition. Consider the River Valley's history of mining. They could run into something unexpected underground, like what happened with the Valley Line LRT. And then, just like when it comes time to clean up a well site, they are able to say, sorry, we're bankrupt, bye-bye. And Edmonton gets our very own orphan unstable hillside. It seems to me that the worst case scenario here is literally catastrophic, and the best case scenario is merely bad. 25 more households with no parking at the end of a narrow dead-end street where you already can barely turn around. Let's not do this.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next we'll go to Eric Gormley.
Oh, hi. I actually have a couple of slides too. Hopefully they'll be able to get up. Okay, good afternoon, City Councilors. My name is Eric Gormley. I do not support the rezoning of lots 9 and 10 at 9321 101A Avenue, otherwise known as Riverdale Lookout. Lots 9 and 10 sit at the top of the bank and in fact form part of the bank of the North Saskatchewan River Valley. The land is governed by the city's top-of-bank policy, C-542, passed by City Council in 2010. The policy is a way to reduce the city's risk from bank slumpage. One of its goals is to ensure that urban development is reasonably safe from slope instability. Major slumpages on Keeler Road in White Mud neighborhood in the late 1990s testify to this risk. It's inviting disaster to build a 6-story building on a steep slope that Stantec notes in its report was once the site of a coal mine that operated for 16 years. A site, Stantec also notes, is 300 meters away from a large-scale active landslide, the Grierson Hill landslide. The likelihood of extreme climate events makes this top-of-bank policy even more relevant today. Apart from slope stability, the top-of-bank policy also seeks to optimize public access to the upper edge of the river valley and ravine system to enhance the visual appreciation and experience associated with the river valley and ravine system. The policy states this is key to our quality of life. The city's top-of-bank policy echoes the words of Frederick Todd, written 100 years earlier. Frederick Todd was a Montreal landscape architect who delivered a visionary report to City Council in 1907, pointing out Edmonton was admirably adapted not only for the building of a great city, but a city of great beauty and attractiveness. he said, "The steep sides of the Saskatchewan River Valley form one of the most picturesque features of your city, and it is a pity that these slopes have been allowed to be built on as much as they have." Providing citizens with top-of-bank views, Todd said, makes Edmonton a more livable city and not one where people would go to make money and move away. The 2020 city plan also points to the importance of nature to a city. To make a livable city, it says, development and sustainability must be allies, not competitors. It says Edmonton's green and blue network, the water and the trees, has human and natural elements, and in many ways this plan is about reinforcing better relationships between the two. Lots 9 and 10 are a city green space. They are part of the River Valley. We know other nearby spaces not infringing on the River Valley are available for such a building. The 180-page city plan includes 65 photographs of real places in Edmonton. The River Valley and ravine system appear in nearly half of these photographs. Clearly, this says the River Valley and ravines are Edmonton's heart. As the city plan says, it's part of being an Edmontonian. How do we protect this asset? New slide, please. Well, top-of-bank policy says the city will work with property owners and developers of lands adjacent to or within the North Saskatchewan River Valley and ravine system to acquire lands necessary to achieve municipal planning objectives. The city will encourage and promote the donation of all or a portion of these lands through innovative measures such as income tax receipts for eco-gifts, environmental reserve easements, transfer of development rights, and so on. City-owned land just a stone's throw away from lots 9 and 10, and probably only 400 meters from the LRT station, is a possible site for this 6-story building. Upzoning a piece of the North Saskatchewan River would seem to go against all the good advice we have inherited. As one city employee has stated about lots 9 and 10, there is no denying it is a nice view from there. I urge you to leave lots 9 and 10 within its current DC1 zone and work to acquire this parcel of land. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Medga Mallory.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, councillors. My name is Magda Mallory. I live at Art Space Housing Cooperative at 9330 101A Avenue. First of all, we do not want the rezoning of lots 9 and 10 at 9321 101A Avenue to go from DC1 to DC. We want this location to remain zoned as DC1. We want this location to be excluded from this broad rezoning motion. Point 2. This lot is tiny. The average City of Edmonton lot is 600 square meters. But this project creates a negative impact for art space, apartment, and townhouses during the build and after the build. Because point 3, I'm very concerned about the digging and drilling or pounding of the 20 support piles because of the probable danger and damage to the art space townhouses. Also, there's no parking spaces under the townhouses because the bank was determined to be too unstable, because there was a stream that was found that further undermines the bank. To give some history of lots 9 and 10, there was an old house that was said to be sliding down or sludging down at that location at 9321 and 101A Avenue when Art Space was being built in 1990. The co-op tried to buy this house to secure lots 9 and 10. However, the grandson of the owner was asking far too much money, so Art Space, which did not need the lot for the townhomes anyway, did not pursue it further. The city only, point 4, the city only built a single lane alley, behind Art Space as the city discovered that the bank was too unstable to build a narrow 2-lane alley. 5, there is no staging area where the developer can place equipment and materials. The alley must not be blocked because DATS makes over 500 trips to and from Art Space every month. They need to be able to access the alley to get to the front doors of Art Space apartment building for pickups and drop-offs. Also, many emergency fire trucks and ambulances need access every month to Art Space for emergencies. As there's only limited street parking, where will moving trucks to this proposed building stay for loading or unloading to this new project? The street and alley must never be blocked. There seems to be no room for a parking area in the plan. One stall is barely a token. I have not been able to find a traffic impact study for this street and the proposed new build. I have not found if a study has been done to find out if there's any old coal mines at this location. There is no parking for the construction workers to park their vehicles. 10, there are many deliveries coming to Art Space every day. Our end of 101A Avenue is very narrow and needs to have available parking for these services every day, like deliveries, food, etc. Some of these services, though, are for Art Space renovation companies needing to park to do the work that they've been hired to do for us. So in conclusion, our lives must not be stopped due to this new build on this tiny, sloped, unstable lot.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Phil Hong on behalf of Ken Thomas.
Yes, I'm Phil Haig, and I am speaking on behalf of my brother-in-law, Ken Thomas. I will go into his presentation. He has slides, and so we can maybe start with the first slide before I introduce him. Ken is a disabled man, long-term Edmonton resident, past Paralympian, and previously Ken has served on the board of directors for the City of Edmonton's Accessibility Advisory Committee for a term of 6 years. This is Ken's presentation. First slide, there we are. My name is Ken Thomas. You see me here in the wheelchair at the front of this group photo. I'm against the amendment. I want lots 9 and 10 at 9321 101A Avenue to remain zoned as DC1. In this presentation, I will refer to this location as the Riverdale Lookout Development, but first I want to introduce myself and my history with Art Space Housing Co-op. Slide. Art Space is a property adjacent to the proposed Riverdale Outlook development. It is located at 9330 101A Avenue, kitty corner to the development. Art Space Cooperative has 160 members. It's comprised of 66 apartments and 22 townhouses. 29 of these units are accessible. We have some parking outside and underground City of Edmonton and underground parking. City of Edmonton sidewalk construction is currently taking place, thus the barriers and signs. This is limiting street parking, and parking is always difficult on this street. Slide. The road at the end of 101A Avenue has been temporarily closed on occasion as the city crews work. The proposed Riverdale Lookout development would be located exactly where this yellow backhoe is working in the photo. Slide. In 1990, Ken Thomas, with nephew, was at the legislature advocating for Art Space. I'm one of the original occupants at Art Space and have lived here for almost 34 years. In 1990, I attended rallies at the legislature to secure funding for the consumer-directed home care that is now provided for those of us who need it at Art Space. Consumers of sale home care support. Next slide, sorry. This photo from 2014 shows co-op members who have lived at Art Space. Many have accessed help from our on-site home care company, SAIL, which stands for Supports for Art Space Independent Living. Slide. Site for the proposed Riverdale Outlook is marked in red, which you've seen. A major concern I have with this Riverdale Lookout site is the prospect of increased traffic and congestion. Has the city conducted a traffic impact study? Slide. The office for our sale home care staff is located on the east side of ArtSpace Housing Cooperative's apartments. Slide. Staff park beside the office on ArtSpace land on 93 Street. The street is really just an alley that's in poor shape. Will construction block off this alley? Will traffic still be able to access this street? Will the staff be able to get to their parking spots? Slide. Many ArtSpace members rely on DATS buses to get to work and outings. DATS says that there are approximately 500 unique rides provided to ArtSpace monthly. Slide. DATS buses often come down the alley that is 93 Street, park in front of ArtSpace, and then leave going west. If the rezoning is approved and development proceeds, how will DATS get in and out? If the 93 Street alley is blocked, or if on a 101A construction vehicles are parked or active, there will be so much congestion. How will grocery and other deliveries, including Canada Post as well as snow removal vehicles, have access? Slide. We often have EMS vehicles coming to assist members in distress because some of our members have vulnerable health conditions. If Riverdale Lookout construction causes problems, how will ambulances get in and out of ArtSpace? Slide. With the current sidewalk and road construction materials and equipment are moving in and out and around ArtSpace, traffic is currently being impacted by this construction. I think we can tolerate that, but if it's from a private development, I don't believe the tolerance is going to be as great. I do not support the proposed rezoning that would open. Can I go slide? One more. I do not support the proposed rezoning that will open the door for the development of Riverdale Outlook. And this is me, this is Ken, and he would like to thank you, City Council, for all you do and for listening to his presentation.
Thank you so much for being here on behalf of Ken, and also please extend Ken our appreciation for his presentation. Thank you so much. Yeah. Next, we'll go to Dwayne Holmberg.
Thank you. I am a resident of 101A Avenue Northwest and a member of ArtSpace Housing Cooperative. I object to the rezoning of lots 9 and 10 at 932.
If you don't mind, can you move a little bit close to the mic, please, so we can hear you clearly?
Is this better?
Thank you, yeah.
Excellent. I am a member of 101A Avenue Northwest and a member of ArtSpace Housing Cooperative. I object to the rezoning of lots 9 and 10 at 9321 101A Avenue from DC1 to DC. This site should be excluded from this broad rezoning motion. The site should remain zoned as DC1. It is my understanding that the rezoning will clear the way for the development of a project on this site, which was rejected last summer. I am a member of the ArtSpace Housing Cooperative, which is immediately adjacent to this proposed development. ArtSpace has 88 units, 29 of which have been adapted for people with disabilities. It has on-site health support, which allows some of our residents to age in place and others to continue to live independently. The proposed development site presents several challenges for our community. The site is at the end of a residential street and a poorly maintained one-way laneway. This is not enough to accommodate the required heavy equipment without blocking traffic, including emergency vehicles and the dedicated accessible transit service, which averages 500 visits a month. There will also need to be a staging site for the development. There is no location nearby that would not dramatically disrupt traffic. There needs to be a traffic impact assessment before any construction is approved. The Stantec geotechnical report from last year has several recommendations, quote, to reduce the risk of instability of embankment or slope, and, quote, avoid the site development-induced seepage and groundwater rising. The same report stated that, quote, during foundation construction and pile wall installation, Stantec will need to conduct full-time pile monitoring and soil logging to verify the subsurface conditions. Part of the construction will be driving 20-odd piles several stories down into bedrock. These will be driven on the unstable River Valley slope and close to the existing ArtSpace structures. This is clearly a complicated development with greater than ordinary risks and with risks to the neighboring structures. I would worry less about this development if not for the evident risk to existing structures and the fact that the city has waived responsibility, saying all liability will be on the developer. A developer I've not been able to find very much information on beyond the name Triple Gold Limited. They do have a parent company, Initia Real Estate. But again, liability stops with the limited company. How can the city approve this project, which will have a huge impact on our neighborhood, and not even be able to tell us who will be responsible should there be a failure? There is no guarantee beyond lip service that the developer will take the additional safety measures required to build on this unique site. If the project fails or existing structures are damaged and the company folds, will it be our housing co-op that suffers for it with no recourse for compensation? This project puts our residents and neighborhood at risk with no safety net if anything goes wrong. I'm asking council to protect this unique neighborhood and the people that call it home. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Julie Andrew. Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, I would like to get close enough to the mic there, so we'll see how this goes. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly. You want to sit down on?
Let me get my speech out a moment, and and I can get going here. Hello, my name is Julie Andrew. For 9 years, I have lived at Art Space, which is next to the area where the proposed rezoning and development would take place. I am opposed to the motion. We do not want the rezoning of lots 9 and 10 at 9321 101A to go from DC1 to DC. We want this location to remain as DC1. We want this location to be excluded from this broad rezoning motion. The rezoning would lead to a development that will mean increased people and traffic for those of us using wheelchairs, walkers, and other mobility aids. And we would have trouble moving around. We know these problems would happen for sure. We are currently undergoing city sidewalk repairs and reconstruction, and we are having difficulties with deliveries, DATs, and walking in the area. Not to mention the anxiety caused by the noise and construction schedule, which is not really clearly stated. The Riverdale Outlook building design has an open garbage area that would be unsightly. It could be dangerous. I have concerns about the safety of our home care staff who need to pass by the open garbage area as they cross the road from Art Space to the townhouses in order to provide care. Sometimes they do this in the middle of the night. Actually, really frequently late at night, in the dark. Under DC1, the city currently requires 600 square meters as the minimum size for a building. Allowing the zoning change from DC1 to DC would allow the building space that will only be 413 square meters. This is just too small. If you approve the rezoning and Riverdale Outlook receives the approval to build, how can you ensure that the other buildings in the area, such as the Art Space townhouses, won't be damaged during or after construction processes are finished? Who will be liable if there are damages? Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Lorna Thomas. Can you turn your mic on, please? There we go.
My name is Lorna Thomas, and I live in Riverdale on 93rd Street, just a bit south and east of the Red Arrow site location of lots 9 and 10, seen here. My brother, Ken Thomas, and many friends live in the 88 units of Art Space Housing Co-op directly north and west of this site. I do not want the rezoning of these lots 9 and 10 to go from DC1 to DC. In this presentation, I will refer to the Red Arrow location as Riverdale Lookout. Slide. Here's the site plan for Riverdale Lookout. Oh, no, next slide, sorry. Here's the site plan for Riverdale Lookout. This is not a typical development site. Changing zoning of this site to direct control would mean it would be a whopping 20% below the current zoning minimum. Slide. This slide shows the design of the west and south elevations of Riverdale Lookout. This large 6-story structure is seen perching on a slope where a retaining wall and piles are needed. At the subdivision and appeal board meetings last summer, I objected to having to look at a wall of cement, so the city has said the developer will have to add wood or siding. This is not an acceptable solution. Also, last summer, Riverdale Outlook was a 5-story building. Now it is approximately 6 stories. Which is it? Slide. This is the complex foundation design of the piles and retaining wall provided by PT Engineering. 20 piles drilled 11 stories down. The developer has not explained how this process will be done. There is no place at the top of the bank on 101A Avenue to put a drill rig to drill holes for the piles and then pour cement. The only likely option to do drilling for the piles would be to access the site from the bottom. The city would need to close at least one lane of The city would need to close at least one lane of Roland Road. Is the city prepared to create such traffic congestion for this private development? Has the city investigated the potential for a slope failure below Roland Road, not just above? Slide. Perhaps the potential for slope failure was identified way back in 1989 when Art Space Housing Co-op was developed with the assistance of Communitas, a consulting and management firm with a specialty in co-op housing. Communitas has all the original structural drawings, architectural drawings, and topographical reports done for Art Space in '89 by Shelby Engineering. Lynn Handley, the managing director and founder of Communitas, says, when I talked with her, where the Art Space townhomes were, there was never a very stable bank. Originally, we were going to have garages under the Art Space townhomes, but that proved to be too difficult, so we didn't do that. It's a river slope, right? I mean, Shelby found water, a stream of water, not that far down, so there are issues with the bank. Slide. This is the page. This is a page of Shelby's 1989 geotech report, which states the slope within the Art Space confines is considered to exhibit a stable slope regime. However, this '89 report goes on to say the slope located to the east of the development confines appears marginally stable. So the slope on lots 9 and 10 east of Art Space were deemed to be marginally stable in '89. Marginally means at a barely adequate level. Slide. This is page 6 of a report by Stantec. Shelby Engineering, the company engaged by Communitas back in '89, is referenced here. Shelby was engaged in 2022 to conduct the geotech investigation, foundation design, slope stability assessment for Riverdale Lookout. But then Stantec Consulting was brought in. This page states, and I quote, disagreement in professional opinions between the two consultants. Why was Shelby let go? What was Shelby Engineering saying, I wonder? This brings us to two questions. Is council willing to assume the risk associated with slope failure? Has the city forgotten the lessons of White Mud and Keeler? City leadership needs to take back control. DC means direct control, not letting developers do whatever they want with complete disregard for the people in the surrounding communities, particularly our vulnerable citizens. Please, let the rezoning for this site remain direct control. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Kelly Ray.
Sorry, thank you. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak on this, what do I have here? Thank you for allowing me to speak on this. First of all, my name is Kelly Stoger, and I've lived at ArtSpace for the last 10 years, almost maybe 12 years, and I just don't want to see this rezoning of lots 9 and 10 at 9321 101A Avenue to go from DC1 to DC. I want this location to be excluded from this broad rezoning motion. Out of consideration for the 500 plus monthly DATS users for 9330 101A Ave, and the already obvious lack of parking and residents, guests, and workers that frequently come to the area. Also, let me add that 25 ArtSpace members attended this meeting last Wednesday, and I can assure you that of them, nobody wants to see this rezoning or development. That's basically it. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a great day.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for making a presentation and joining us for this conversation. Now we will go to council colleagues for questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks to everyone who has come down today. Really appreciate the presentations. They were very clear, and I have quite a long list of questions I'm going to be asking our city staff. So didn't have too many questions of clarification to you all, but again, I'll be asking city staff about some of the concerns you raised. One quick question I had, and I don't know who would like to answer this, but maybe I'll ask Speaker Julie Andrew, if you don't mind. If it's not too much trouble, or I can ask someone else. Maybe I could ask, as you wish.
Whichever you like.
Sure, come on up. I really appreciated your presentation. Pardon. No, that's great. Thank you so much. I've heard.
And you can sit down on.
Actually, it takes me a moment, and space-wise, I'd rather stand.
Okay, good.
Whatever's most comfortable for you. Thank you so much for being here today. Really appreciate it. I'm just wondering, so with when DATS comes to the site, I know that there seem to be some, like there's a loading bay, it seems to be on the north side of 101A Avenue. Are the DATS vehicles coming from the laneway, or do they go and then have to kind of do like a...
Most of the time, they go all the way around. So they come in around the back, through the alley, and then pull in front.
Oh, okay.
Most of the time. Especially the bigger buses, they just don't have the room to come straight and pull a U in the avenue.
In the avenue. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they just don't have the room to do that.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much. That's very helpful, very clear. And I'm not sure if, I'll ask maybe Speaker Holmberg. I don't know if you have this insight, but I noticed that at the end of 94th Street, there do seem to be some of those, bendable pylons from the alley into the ArtSpace parking lot. Do you know anything about those, or if that access point from 94th Street is ever used? Do you mind just turning your microphone on?
I'm sorry, could you clarify what you were referring to with the bendable pylons?
So at the end of, on the south end of 94th Street, there's sort of the keyhole there. Mm-hmm. And then there's a sidewalk, and then there's the pylons that appear to be...
Oh, the bollards between the parking lot and 94th.
Yeah. Are those ever dropped down? Is that site access point ever used?
No. I think... No, I can't think of an occasion when they were.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, and I'll follow up with our administration as well. And then maybe... Just to Speaker Gormley, really appreciate you raising the top-of-bank policy. I think that's, a real success in our city in terms of how that's been applied and what it's achieved for us. My reading of the policy is that I do see it says that, the only exception shall be in the downtown and existing river valley communities where development has already occurred on the slope or in the floodplain. So just wondering if that was your understanding as well, that policy, that there is an exemption, I guess, for those.
I did read that in the policy. I think what I was trying to say was that the city, I think the whole idea of the top of the bank is to try to keep it for its entire length as much as you can. And here is an opportunity, you have a beautiful view right there in that spot. Yes, it is in downtown, but given our history with trying to protect the river valley and protecting the views and the top of the banks, this would be a great opportunity for the city to do something innovative and try to get it saved.
Okay, great. Well, again, thank you all so much for being here. Really appreciate your presentations. It's an important part of our process, and I will be carrying your questions over to administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Can you also take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you so much. Just want to follow up on that. There are other buildings right across from the Arts Space Co-op. Maybe this is to Eric Gormley. But they are not as close to they're not as on a steep slope, right? Or they're a little away from steep slope?
Yes, no, that's true. It looks like the slope is a little bit more gradual, and they're not as imposing either. They're just, maybe 2.5 stories, the townhouses that are across from the art
Right,
space.
yeah. So they're not up to 6-story high. And you know how close this new proposed development is to, in relations to other buildings, if they're a little away from slope, how close this is to this steep slope?
Yeah, so the proposed building would be right beside the townhouses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're asking?
No, just how close is to this the steep part of the slope, when the slope really goes down?
Are you talking about the new building?
Yeah, the new building, yeah, the proposed.
No, it goes down real steep, right where this building is being proposed. It's very steep.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, as soon as you get off the curb, you're heading down. I think that somebody said it's a 40-degree angle there.
Okay, good. I also understand that some health-related concerns were raised. I'll look at our legal counsel if I can ask this question or not, because the development permit was in front of SDAB, and SDAB overturned the development permit, and argument was made by some of the folks at the art space related to the impact of construction noise on the health of the vulnerable population that lives right across from the street. Is there a legitimate question to ask?
There is. Impacts of construction is valid.
Yeah.
What those impacts are on the user, probably not as much, but you can consider the demographic of what you're looking at in the neighborhood, including, DATS trips, emergency response vehicles were contemplated here as well. Any of that does come into play. So demographic of the area is appropriate.
Recognizing that, there are number of people who have health vulnerabilities and they've been living there for a while as part of co-op, is there a legitimate question to ask the impact of construction and noise on their health?
I'd rather you frame it as the impact of construction noise on the adjacent neighbors in general.
Adjacent neighbors, okay.
As compared to their health.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll ask that to Julie. Like, Julie, you live there, right? What does the impact of noise be on your daily living, including your health well-being?
I could honestly say that my best example for any of this is the current sidewalk reconstruction that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that it has impacted mental health in the area to a great extent. It has increased anxiety. Planning is difficult because the plans that were brought forward when the sidewalk renewal was proposed, we got one set from the construction company that wanted to put in the sidewalks, and then we got another set when it went through the mind of our building manager, who said they were going to do this step, this step, this step. I don't follow her sheet because I'm not sure she knows what they're doing. I once asked her when the construction crew was going to be gone for the day, just so I could plan to like move in a table. She didn't know. She didn't have a schedule from the work company. Okay. And it's harder to plan and figure out how you're going to move if you'd like to move down a sidewalk and wonder whether it will exist on the afternoon you'd like to use it.
Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll take the chair back.
You have the chair.
And I'll go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Speaker Holmberg. I'm just trying to get an understanding. I thought I heard you mention something about full-time pile monitoring. Can you explain that to me a little bit further?
Unfortunately, I can't give you a fulsome answer on that. I'm not an engineer myself. That is taken from the 1993 Stantec report that was prepared for Helio Construction, which was the company or the developer at the time. My understanding is that because of the delicate nature of the slope, that Stantec was of the opinion that there should be continuous monitoring during the pile driving process to in case they run into something unexpected. This is my impression from the report.
Okay, thanks for explaining that and letting me know where you got that information from. And then I'll just ask you a question. A few of the speakers, yourself included, said keep it as a DC1. So it sounds to me like maybe you're not against development in the area if
No,
it remains
not
a DC1. It's not necessarily that you're against development in the area?
I would love to see more development in the area, to be honest. We get a lot of benefits from density. We have more amenities. The city, quite rightly, will pay more attention to us when we have more people in the area. We've had a number of encampments in the area recently, which having more people in higher density will help reduce the risks of that.
So like on that specific lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, there haven't been encampments on that specific
Sorry,
lot.
you're okay with development on that specific lot?
Possibly. I would have to see the development. I have a very difficult time imagining what development on that particular lot would look like. In general, in the neighborhood, would love to see some more development. That lot is a very iffy prospect for me because of the slope. There was a structure on that was unstable and had to be abandoned a few years ago. This particular lot, I think, is unlikely to be suitable for the kind of construction that we would see there.
Okay, yeah, because yourself and a few speakers said to keep it as a DC1. Administration has given us advice that under DC1, it's not a developable land. So I wasn't sure if the speakers, and I'll go to Speaker Mallory to maybe you can answer, because I believe you also said the same thing, to keep it as a DC1. So are you opposed to development on this lot?
On this lot in particular, yes. Homeless people do not camp on that property because it is too steep. They can't put up a tent. They can't even sit in a row and have a campfire. They just
Okay, so but in relation to developing the area to have a building on that lot, on those specific lots.
No, I don't want a building on that particular lot because of how during construction and after with the congestion just in that tight little corner curve, because it just curves there. But the property behind Art Space, going towards Jasper Avenue or towards east towards 95 Street, there's land there and there's property there that can be built on, and behind us is, that would be good for development, but not this particular 9 and 10 lot.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So that concludes the questions to all of you. Thank you so much for once again for joining us. If you don't mind, please step back into the public part of the gallery. Now we will go to questions to administration. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Just wanted to go through some of the topics that have been brought up through our speakers and some questions that occurred to me as well going through this. So just want to confirm my understanding from the report is that this specific site is not within the River Valley ARP or overlay, is that correct?
That's correct.
But it's still subject, well, okay, this is where, so it's still subject to the top of bank policy.
That's correct.
Although there does seem to be an exception in that policy for this type of scenario.
The downtown area specifically. Yep, and the lower lying developments within the pre-existing neighborhoods within the low-lying areas.
Yeah, because I think, I guess it's a question, is it the downtown neighborhood, because it's actually in the Boyle Street neighborhood, but it's also just in terms of the existing development pattern?
Exactly.
Okay, and then I know that we do have a pool of money that we use as a city to purchase up properties that are in the River Valley, some of those more isolated properties. Would this qualify for that?
Yes, we had those conversations with the applicant team.
Okay, can you tell me more about that?
Yep, we provided contact information for our colleagues in the city that deal with the sales. To our knowledge, and based on the progression of the application, nothing ever came of those conversations, but...
okay, but there were conversations in terms of an offer to purchase?
Yep.
And, okay, that's interesting.
An opportunity on how to, have that conversation with the city. I don't know if it ever progressed to an offer or anything like that.
Oh, okay, okay. But the property owner was told that the city would potentially be interested in purchasing the property, but we don't have another means to compel them. We don't expropriate properties like this as a matter of...
As a matter of practice, no. It would have to be something much more substantial.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Geotechnical obviously coming up as a significant concern. Just wondering if you could talk through sort of the safeguards that the city would go through on a site like this?
Yeah, so the developer is responsible to follow what's in the geotechnical report. The geotechnical report is very detailed. It is reviewed by our geotechnical engineers and integrated infrastructure services. And it has a raft of details. I mean, I could give you some of the excerpts, but I mean, anything from shoring as the site is being constructed to ongoing inspections, field inspections, to every single detail about the size and structure of each pile in the ground.
Okay, and so those field inspections, that's done by the city's geotechnical?
No, that's the responsibility of the developer as per their geotechnical engineer, and to have a geotechnical engineer of record.
Okay.
Yep.
And so the city's geotechnical experts would be reviewing that, ensuring that it's adequately robust?
They did.
Okay, and they already have?
Yes.
Okay. And then just in terms of, I think there's also building code requirements around excavation that, I'm assuming there would be some excavation, so that would also require the shoring, I think, because it exceeds the height?
Yes, they have to meet the Alberta Building Code.
Okay. Just in terms of some transportation and access questions, which I think are really important ones coming up, are you aware, is neighborhood renewal changing any of the alignment to address some of the existing concerns?
Councillor, it will be like-for-like improvements at the moment, but I guess the question is coming more in regards to how that work is being handled. based on the sensitivity around the demographics in the area. So we did reach out to BGN in terms of what protocols are in place. They have been, they are coordinating with the residents. They have got some staged and phased approach to this in terms of closing or coordinating the access of DATs per se. And continuous coordination, I would say that is happening, but definitely we did hear about the scheduling between the contractor and the city.
Okay. And I'll maybe just leave it. There may not be time to answer, but just in case someone else, just wondering as well if the Building Great Neighborhoods work is including the alleyway, the Ewan Nelson Way. But I can come back for another round to get the answer on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll just pick up right there. Does it include the alley?
It does not.
It does not. Okay. And can you just help me understand, at what point would, I guess, an alley upgrade be contemplated? Is there anything that would trigger that process as redevelopment in that particular area continues to occur over the years?
I would rely more on the alley renewal program for that rather than redevelopment.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. All right, I just have a general question, I guess, around our approach to regulating minimum site areas. So it sounds like we've, in general, moved away from that. Is that correct?
We have. We did in 12800 and in 20,001 zoning bylaw. Yep.
Can you help me understand why we moved away from that? Like, what was the rationale there?
Yeah, so site area, it was meant to, particularly in the quarters area, it was meant to encourage the consolidation of smaller fragmented lots so that we would have one larger site for one large development. But it's just proven over time to not result in that consolidation.
Okay.
And it is a limitation to site development.
Okay. Okay. And I mean, is it fair to say that that's kind of the primary difference that we're talking about between the DC1 and the proposal in front of us?
Yes, with the exception of some of the setbacks.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And I just want to follow up on a number of the concerns that were raised by our speakers as well. So I appreciate some of the answers to the geotechnical analysis. I had the exact same ones. But I guess maybe I'll ask this to legal, but like how can we consider or contemplate geotechnical analysis in our decision-making today for our purposes?
Councillor, you can, because it's part of the direct control that is before you. It has a requirement for geotechnical, so that puts it on the floor in front of this council. You can, obviously you don't want to get into the level of technicality and start second-guessing a geotechnical engineer or whatnot. It really is a matter of, are you comfortable with the requirement to do that? Or is there something more further you would like to see than just the review by the city's expert, them being required to have an in-house engineer that's doing this work, the usual technical aspects related to that?
Okay, yeah, that's helpful, because obviously getting into that level of technical detail is not within my wheelhouse.
And it creates unnecessary liabilities.
Totally.
We start to second-guess experts.
Totally, yeah. Totally. So maybe just on that, like, is there a step above that could be required? I'm just not familiar with what that process would even look like. Or are we kind of, are we going far enough to ensure that those safeguards are in place?
Councillor, as per engineer's requirements, APEGA requirements, there's an engineer on record who is responsible. They have adequate liability insurance as per APEGA guidelines. These are reviewed by a city's engineers. That's a standard process followed for any construction process, and they have adequate oversight and liabilities.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for the clarity. Another concern that was raised was just around the limited area to maneuver for the staging of any sort of development materials. Was there some thought given to that piece?
Councillor, as part of the development permit, the applicant will be required to apply for OSCAM permit, which requires them to submit a transportation management plan. And in this case, knowing the sensitive context that we are in, that will be one of the important considerations, that the access has remained open, the staging area is not hindering access to DATs and other vehicles.
Okay, so as part of OSCAM, all of that would be considered, and especially hearing what we heard today around the importance of accessibility, that would be part of the process?
That is typically part of the process. That is the reason why that permit is required.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. You know what, I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So just sort of piggybacking off that, with the OSCAM permit, do they consult DATS or ETS or anybody to ensure that they've got accessible access to the building?
The short answer is yes, because those permits are approved by the city and they take all the considerations in place before they issue the permit.
Okay, because that is a concern. I don't want their access restricted at all. Then I'm also looking back at the Edmonton Design Committee's recommendation for the previous development permit, but they still expressed concern about waste collection and being able to maneuver in the area there. Is that still a concern with what's being proposed here?
Councillor Wright, it's Claire here. So the direct control, there is an attached as an appendix, you can see a site plan that takes into account Edmonton Design Committee's recommendation. So the previous design, there wasn't a straightforward path to the entrance, and the waste sort of faced the street, but that's been reconfigured to address their comments.
Okay, so in that's Appendix 1?
It is. Actually, if I could just ask clerks, we can bring up slide 11, and then you'll be able to see it better. Okay, maybe while we're waiting for that, I'll just walk you through it. Oh, did we get there?
It's slide 11. I can pull it up on my side here.
Okay, that would be great.
Oh, no, I've only got 8 slides.
So,
okay.
Yeah, effectively, the new design allows for a straight, unobstructed path right to the entrance. Still has the angled parking with the accessible stall and a parking spot that could be dedicated or act as loading, and waste collection is from the east side.
Okay, so that's been resolved. Okay, so that's good to hear. And then I'm just wondering, the reason that we're moving from the DC1 to the DC is basically because the Development Appeal Board didn't allow it with the site coverage?
Basically.
Okay, and what was their rationale?
That the development officer didn't have the authority to issue the variance on site area.
Councillor, maybe I could jump in. It's Jamie Johnson here. So in a direct control situation, the SDAB has very limited ability to vary a regulation. And so because it was direct control for them, they rightly had very limited ability and essentially couldn't pass it. If there's been a standard zone, they would have had a variance opportunity there, but they didn't.
Okay, but I'm just wondering, sort of, what if there was any other rationale that they thought that to do with the site coverage between, what was it, the 413 and 600? Like, did they have concerns about that?
I don't know that we know, because essentially they didn't have jurisdiction to deal with it.
Okay. Okay, that is a concern. Oh, and then, okay, with, I think, what is it, the geotechnical survey done by appropriate engineers and that, where does that leave the city's liability if something were to come up that wasn't identified maybe in that analysis?
Councillor, I'm generally quite hesitant to talk about liability in a public hearing, but I would state that as long as proper protocols, zoning, building code inspections are all done appropriately, the city is quite protected, as should the adjacent landowners. That is the purpose in the various regulations and codes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevenson, can you, I'll just follow up on that to make sure it's clear in my mind. Now that members of the public have raised that concern of geotechnical, and that's on the record, and does that increase city's liability?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe it does. What the administration is telling you is that they have a proper protocol with experts and engineers whose expertise is to do that work and to provide that advice, both in what's been reviewed for this application and what needs to be at the proper levels for approval of the development permit itself. So that is the protections from liability is by working through those experts.
Okay, got it, good. To administration, one thing that's coming to my mind, recognizing that our climate is changing and that changing weather patterns such as, we get a lot of flash flooding, a whole bunch of waters get dumped all at once, and that has, how, is that kind of thinking gone into geotechnical analysis that recognizing steep slope and erosion of the riverbank or the banks in this case, how deep the analysis is into kind of future proofing somewhat as much as you can the impact of changing climate?
The geotechnical assessment and report is incredibly in-depth. It looks at the site history. It takes it. Already there's been drilling for test holes in order to assess what the current conditions are. So we trust the report. We trust the engineers that have reviewed the report and the geotechnical engineer of record. Jatinder, do you have anything to add in terms of?
Mr. Mayor, this comes to the realm of site drainage. Each site is designed for a 100-year event. That's the city's policy.
And so that 100-year event would also factor in the amount of flash flooding, flash storms that we're getting now. When was that last updated, that 100-year situation that you'll get a flood or flash?
So further,
heavy rain in 1 year.
The maximum event that we have ever faced, there are 4 events depending upon wherever they are happening in the city or the type of development. One of them becomes critical. We had the 1978 event, which is typically the most critical event when designing storm infrastructure. We had in 1937. We had 1908, and most recently we had the 2012 event as well. So all those are designed, all those are the, the record events which go into the design of drainage infrastructure.
Maybe let me ask this question in a different way to understand this better. We have seen, overall, erosion of the river valley banks, right? Have we seen acceleration of that erosion over the last, say, 5 years, 10 years because of climate change impacts?
I don't have that information handy with me.
Okay, no worries, no. Okay, so DC1 doesn't allow development on this site because of the site coverage, minimum site area. But can this be zoned to a standard zone to build something instead of 6-story?
It could be zoned to a standard zone. It will be limited in the standard zone. So for example, the DC1 that you have before you is modeled off of RMH 23.
Yeah,
the changes, which has no minimum site area. The changes in the DC take into account smaller setback regulations. So if they rezoned, if they applied to rezone to a standard zone, that RMH 23, they would have to follow those larger setbacks, result in a smaller building.
Yeah, but under a standard zone, how many units can they build compared to what is being proposed, like 20, like, can't remember how many units, 26 units or
It would be less.
half of 26, maybe?
I mean, they could go higher.
Okay, well, technically, probably, if this is already causing concern from a geotechnical point of view, probably not higher. Okay.
Right.
I'll come back maybe for second round to explore that. Okay. Now,
Would you
yeah,
like to move the second round?
I'll move the second round.
Second. Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Still waiting.
Yes,
on.
Mr. Clerk.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Piquet. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I'll return the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. And I'll go to you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just digging in a bit further, the geotechnical, so it seems to me looking at the west elevation, the slope is about, it's sort of equivalent to like a walkout basement. It's just like maybe a story or so.
It's about 4 meters.
4 meters. So that's not atypical. Is that fair to say? Like we do see other developments?
We see, yes, we see developments in the city that are built on slopes, yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that's, yeah, that's help. I found the elevation helpful to just kind of understand the extent of that slope. But there's a good question, just sort of when the geotechnical is happening, I think someone mentioned what happens is there risk of slope failure sort of below Roland Road. I'm assuming when they're doing geotechnical, it's not just sort of the property line, it's looking at the broader slope.
They would be looking at the broader as well.
Okay. So ensuring sort of all surrounding properties, it's not just the property boundary?
That's correct. As I mentioned, they drill test holes very deep, several, in order to get a sense. They're called cores.
Cores, and,
Yeah.
and again, beyond the site boundaries, it was all along. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. The report mentions that as development, this is under the mobility section, it says, as development progresses, the applicant should ensure that loading zones and curb areas along 101A Ave are unobstructed for DATS operations in the area. Is that specifically meant like for the construction period?
That's correct.
Okay.
And with the development as well. Although the development is to the south, but I think any compromise to the existing bay is not allowed.
Okay, and that's sort of just sort of the guarantee around that is in the development regulations, like in the. I'm just wondering how we enforce that.
Sorry, that would be enforced through the OSCAM permit process.
Right, for the
Yeah.
construction period, and then post-construction period.
And that's a 311 call.
So people parking there are obstructing. Okay, so it's an operational. Okay. I was surprised in some ways. So the direct control speaks to commercial access construction, but I'm understanding that that's just sort of the lip, I guess, that goes over the sidewalk has to be commercial grade?
That's correct. It's the width of it and the functionality because it will be serving the waste operations as well.
Yeah.
It's combined.
So it's not atypical, my understanding in development permitting, to require upgrades to the adjacent alleyway, for example. Is that something that could happen at the development permit stage, or because again, this property does the site plan does show that it gets access off the alley. So just wondering again, looking to not knowing, and I'm not sure if anyone knows when the alleys are due to be upgraded, but if there's an opportunity through this development permit to upgrade that sooner.
With only this development, it will be hard because of the limited development itself and the amount of additional traffic. And that's the baseline that we try to establish and see how the utilization change.
Okay, and so the fact that there is no, or very, very limited on-site parking limits the anticipated traffic that would be generated.
And the context as well, proximity to mass transit, LRT, those are other factors that, yes, there may be trips, but then how many trips are by vehicle versus other modes?
Okay, sorry, Mr. Johnson, did you want to weigh in?
I was just going to offer that the legal test is it has to be, for an upgrade, has to be necessary to serve the development. So that's kind of the threshold, and so something like this with very limited traffic and these other alternatives probably doesn't get to that threshold for that length of an alley. It'd be necessary to serve.
I gotcha, that's helpful. And again, just in terms of what I heard a speaker asking about a traffic impact assessment. So again, that was not triggered due to the scale and the lack of parking?
Typically, we do the internal review first and see if there is a need. And based on, again, the scale, the trips are not significant enough to look for a specialized study.
Okay, thank you. Construction noise is something I heard for sure. Can you remind me what the restrictions are in place in terms of construction noise?
So that's covered by the community standards bylaw. That's about noise and vibration limitations.
Okay, and there are sort of hours of operation?
There are.
Could you speak to those at a high level?
Yeah, they're reduced on the weekend, let people sleep in, and longer through the week.
Okay. I will stop there, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stephen. Can you take the chair? I just want to follow up on that. Again, I want to explore something that recognizing, I know this has stopped me from going out of the realm of what I can ask Mr. Johnson, but recognizing, for example, if this site was, say, close to a nursing home, right, where you have people residing in there that have long-term health vulnerabilities or life-lasting health vulnerabilities, which is the case in this case for a number of residents, right? Are there tools available to council where we can propose something to mitigate, maybe, construction noise that cannot go beyond certain decibel, right? Or construction time can be constrained to maybe weekend hours, even during the weekday hours, right? So to reduce impact on that long-term health vulnerability that people face.
Mr. Mayor, it's probably not out of the realm that in a direct control you would put some limitations on construction, maybe so many hours per day or something. We don't normally see that because it is starting to tie into the users of adjacent properties, but to accommodate the demographic of the neighborhood, something like limiting hours, noise is very difficult to enforce. Usually it's a certain decibel level at the property line. That's a very resource-intensive enforcement. So that one's a little trickier, but construction hours isn't overly complex to instill. It would have to be written into the direct control in order to be enforceable provisions.
There would have to be?
Yes, yeah, you'd have to write into there. Otherwise, the default is the community standards bylaws and the standards that council has set for the city as a whole.
Yeah, but maybe this question to administration as well, it could, as we think about more densification in existing neighborhoods, more densification around institutions, maybe we need to think having these kind of different standards and conversations that are not uniform, but that also keep, look at the livability aspect of vulnerable populations and the health implications and the impact of noise, even dust from construction will have, I'm pretty sure knowing some of the, maybe we shouldn't say that, there are impacts, right? There are different people are impacted differently by noise, by construction, debris and dust, right? So how you kind of grapple with these things as we move far more toward having more infill into or how rebuilding our existing neighborhoods?
Mr. Mayor, the community standards bylaw does have the limit of noise that can be produced, going on to what decibel level for how much duration and total number of decibels that cannot be exceeded. So it does.
But it's a uniform standard though, right?
It's a uniform standard.
Yeah, it's not saying, okay, well, for this site, it has to be at this level. I don't know how it's measured, so I'm not a technical person, but it's just, I'm thinking about the impact.
Mr. Mayor, nothing would stop maybe a subsequent or some type of look into what factors should determine the community standard for a certain area. Maybe those are based on demographics, maybe it's other factors, proximity of existing development. The problem is that in the realm of planning law and land use that we're doing, the general scheme is set up for the end use of the land, not the development of it too.
No, I
That's always a
understand.
difficult one.
There's so many limitations on us when we considering these kind of regulation and zoning, like zoning bylaws. Okay, I will take the chair back, and we'll stop here. We'll take a break. It's 3:30, and we'll be back at 3:45. We'll have a 15-minute recess. Thank you.
We are live from Chambers. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. And we'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel. 5 minutes, okay. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans. Okay, we have quorum.
Hello, sorry.
Okay, there you are, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a question in hearing some of the concerns around the stability of the slope. I get, is there any, and some of the comments that were made around that with a direct control a little bit more can be written in. I guess my question, and I don't know who I would direct it to, legal or otherwise, is there anything that could be contemplated to be written into the direct control to strengthen accountability or at least oversight on that slope stability from what is already there?
Councillor, up here, it's Travis.
Hi.
Sorry, different spot, different time. Just in terms of standard process and how the development process unfolds and the respect to the professional liability involved in those that prepare the geotechnical report. The language in the DC right now and the various processes through the development permit, which requires a stamped and reviewed geotechnical report. That is process that's done throughout the city on all river valley slopes and other geotechnical sensitive areas. So the process is strong and robust and wouldn't recommend looking to find additional words to strengthen it or factors to strengthen it.
Okay, I'll leave the rest of my comments to speaking to it then. Thank you. Sure, I'll move another round.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, from me.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Want to confirm if Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Tang are with us?
Maybe not yet.
We will mark them absent.
Okay, please display the votes.
Yep, okay.
That is carried. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, just the last few questions. Just wanted to confirm, so there was talk of potentially some work happening from Roland Road. I assume that would also be subject to OSCAM permits, if they needed to close a lane there, for example?
That's correct.
Okay. And my understanding is the OSCAM permits are set up to provide a financial incentive to keep the road closures as short as possible. Is that correct? There's a daily fee for that, so they want to get in and get out.
They are being charged, yep.
Okay. Then I did want to ask just about that access from 94th Street. So I don't know if administration can speak, but it does seem like they're the collapsible bollards at the south end of 94th Street that could potentially provide alternative access to the site. Just wondering if you have an easement?
We confirmed with our partners in FRS, and so that is a secondary emergency access for the site. As far as the access to the area is concerned, FRS does use the alley for access if needed, coming from 94. Otherwise, they have direct access from 94 and 95.
Okay, so that does provide an additional option, particularly for emergency services, if there were temporary closures. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and then just leaving all of this specific site, I just want to touch very briefly on the broader rezoning that's happening for the quarters DC. I know that there's been talk of some sort of more comprehensive work for that zone to enable redevelopment. Is this that work, or is that work still coming?
That work is still coming.
Okay. Excuse me. Great. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Just have one question on liability, if you don't mind taking the chair, please.
I have the chair.
Again, I just want to confirm that, Jamie, I understand what you said around the liability, that it won't be the city liability on the geotechnical, but we had situations in the past where, if I'm correct, it's been a while though, when a couple of houses off White Mud Drive fell into the river in Riverbend, right?
That's
because
correct.
of
Yes.
the bank erosion.
Yes.
City ended up compensating those homeowners. Did we
Yes,
not?
and there was others that the city wasn't liable, and the province, I think, stepped in and helped with those other homeowners.
So why would this be different than
So
those
the-
situations if
Yeah,
something
the city's
happens?
practices have drastically changed since those days. What
Okay.
happened in those scenarios is that the worst case scenario one, the city was aware of a geotechnical report that said don't subdivide that land, and then we did. Now, aware means it was somewhere in the city, but not in front of the people making the decision. So those practices have been drastically changed over the years to try and stop those situations. We've also introduced a top-of-bank policy. We've also introduced top-of-bank restrictive covenants in subdivisions that require roof leaders and water storage to not have any impact on the top-of-bank. A whole list of matters, essentially learnings from those situations that happened
Yeah.
starting a couple decades
So
ago.
in this case, top of bank doesn't apply because we're not leaving public access,
No,
right?
correct, but that geotechnical report and that work that's being done, we'll still consider erosion, roof leaders, hot tubs, that type of stuff is still very much in play because it's being reviewed at the geotechnical level. That is part of the expertise that they bring to the table on that. It wasn't as robust
I
from
see.
those situations years
So
ago.
from administration's perspective, you would not have supported this application if you felt that geotechnical analysis presented to you and analyzed by our administration wasn't giving you that not
That's
100%
correct. Right.
predictability.
And we would have that direct feedback from the geotechnical engineer who reviewed the report and the assessment as part of this application.
Got it, okay. And I would definitely like to explore, and I'll ask this under new information to the applicant, restriction on construction activity hours. I would like to see construction activity restricted similar to weekend hours, which will be 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., right?
Correct, Mr. Mayor, and that's a relatively easy amendment that can be put in. We would simply prohibit that activity from 7 p.m. until 9 a.m. every day as a condition of DP. That can be written in the
So
direct
should
control.
I propose that now before we go for new
I
information?
would probably finish council, questions of
Got it.
administration and then do it before you
Got it.
go to clarifying.
Got it, okay, good, got it, okay, I'll take the chair back. And I'll go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I just have one question. What was the zoning before it was a DC1?
I don't think I have that information, Councillor Wright.
It's been a DC1 for...
It's been a DC1 for
ever?
10 plus years, yep.
Okay, I was just wondering what that would then equate to. Like if we didn't have a DC1 or a DC, what would it revert to in today's zoning?
I mean, it's not really the question. So we have an area redevelopment plan in place for the quarters. The direct control zoning attempts to implement that plan, right? So it's
Okay.
5 quarters, high density. That's what's included in this area.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Cartmel?
Yeah, I just want to go back to that question about restricting the hours of construction. And I guess maybe to Mr. Johnson, is that, given that this is a land use public hearing, is that's still a consideration that can be made?
Councillor, it is. Council, of course, will decide whether that is an appropriate thing to impose on this land. But as far as the legality goes, yes, there are impacts from construction, and construction itself is a use of land. So you can limit that use to certain hours if you feel that's appropriate.
Well, I just wonder what the precedent value of that. I imagine you would, well, I don't want words in your mouth. Is there a thought there?
It's a valid consideration. As I've said many times, precedent doesn't really occur at city council meetings, but we know that in reality it does lead to practices being considered and imposed in other situations by city council.
Councillor Cartmell, it's Kim. I would just add that, we have the community standards bylaw, which establishes protocols for noise and hours of construction. From an operational perspective, it's ideal for our community services folks to be able to implement that in a consistent form, given that, the expectations for construction hours across the city are the same. So we haven't seen adjustments made to construction hours through zoning or land use regulations. I can't think of one, but maybe there is one, but it's not something we regularly do.
Well, maybe Ms. Petron, while you're there, has that ever been considered by you and your group, that if we start getting into different sets of rules on construction activities or hours of construction or that kind of a thing, what those impacts might have? Is there my head's starting to spin just a little bit. I wonder about, does that start to have an impact on city projects? Like, we're straying a long way from the file at hand here, but I wonder about the precedent value of that, and then the potential for a lack of understanding of what set of rules might be applied at a public hearing for constructions of specific buildings, and what might become a perception of rolling the dice in that way as well when a land use application is being made.
Yeah, it's not something we've normally contemplated through our land development applications, because we do have the community standards bylaw, which provides consistency, clarity across the city around development expectations on construction, noise and timelines and whatnot. So not something we've contemplated in the past.
And can you just remind us of what those rules are in that bylaw? Do you have them at hand?
I'm going to maybe just look to the team on the hours there. I'm not sure.
And that can come later. I don't need to.
Councillor, I could help with that if it's just easiest. So weekdays is construction hours is 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays and holidays it's 9 a.m. till 7 p.m.
And of course, we've got my understanding of the construction industry is that we've got as many as 17 hours of daylight on a summer day. So it might mean long days, but it might mean less calendar time. That might be the trade-off that a construction entity might make in managing their schedule. Fair?
That's a fair assumption.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. So that concludes the questions to administration. And at this time, I'll be able to propose an amendment, right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So I'll ask Councillor Stevenson to take
I have the chair.
Take the chair, and I will move that Schedule D of Charter Bylaw 20837 be amended by adding a section 9.2, which reads, as a condition of development permit, there shall be no construction activity between the hours of 7 p.m. and 9 a.m.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that?
A second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Would you like to take a few moments to introduce?
Yeah, I'll make a quick introduction. I understand some of the concerns that are being raised, and this is not something that I take lightly proposing, because recognizing that this is DC application and site specific, and there are large number of vulnerable residents in the vicinity of this development who have lifelong health vulnerabilities, or they have long-term health vulnerabilities, and they will be impacted by construction, and the impact on them will be different than, say, someone who's able-bodied, or or maybe able to get out of their house often, which is in some cases not the case in some of the people who live in the vicinity of this development, particularly Art Space Co-op, right? So that is why I'm asking council to consider this. I would understand concerns being raised, but that's specifically the reason I'm asking council to consider this.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll go next to questions on the motion. Councillor Cartmell?
Just to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you. I believe we would have the opportunity to ask questions of our speakers. Is that correct?
Can we do new information at this point?
Normally, you would do clarifying questions at the conclusion, but there is nothing in the process that would stop you from asking those questions now if it's practical.
Okay, happy to allow it. Who did you wish to address, Councillor Knack?
Yeah, and this is just a question, a little bit to Councillor Cartmell's questions of administration. I wanted to ask the question of, whoever, for the folks that live in the adjacent building who have taken the time to come here, I just wanted to get a sense of, appreciating that some folks don't want to see any construction, some are okay with construction. What we're debating right here is an amendment that says no construction between the hours of 7 p.m. and 9 a.m. And I just wanted to get a sense if that is seen as preferable compared to allowing construction hours as per our current bylaw, which potentially means they're done sooner. So there's always a trade-off, and I ask that because as someone that's in the middle of a very long construction project in the West End with the Valley Line West LRT, I know there are a number of seniors residences, as an example, that live very close to the Valley Line West LRT, and I think they are at the point now they'd rather the project be done so they have functioning sidewalks and nothing there versus limiting the time of day. So
thank you, Councillor.
To the residents, anyone that want to jump in on your preference?
Thanks, Councillor Knack. We have Speaker Holmberg, I think, who's going to speak on behalf.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'm hesitant to say what everybody's preference.
But let's just do you. Yeah, to be fair, I don't want you to speak for everyone. Yeah. So for yourself, did you have a preference of those two?
I do think that you have to survive the day before you can survive the year. And while the preference would be not having to have our members endure this at all, we have to get through every single day first before we can worry about whether we're going to make it to the end of the construction period. So my preference would be for the shorter hours per day.
Perfect. That I appreciate you sharing that. I just wanted to make sure I asked that before I made assumptions on what people would or wouldn't like, and I know you can't speak for everyone. So that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans?
To speak to it.
Thank you. Could I also ask you to take the chair then?
Taken.
Thanks very much. I've had a chance to look at the community standards bylaw, and there seems to be some wordings. There's, section 16 around construction activity that sets out those specific hours. Then in 16.1, it speaks about restricted hours of construction notice, and it speaks to the city manager may, by written notice, direct that a person may not cause or permit any construction activity on a property they own or occupy during the time specified in the written notice. Could you talk me through that a little bit more, how the proposed amendment would interact with that? Or do we need the proposed amendment if that power already exists in the bylaw?
I presume to legal on this? Yeah, Councillor, you make a good point. That power does exist. There are subsections to that. There's a subsection 2 of what the city manager must consider. Mm-hmm. So there's a must in there, which always makes us a little nervous in law. But as long as those points are worked through, there is a complete authority in there to already set an hour that works or is negotiated, facilitate process maybe with neighbors. That type of situation is permitted.
Okay, and it does speak to the nature and use of adjacent properties. Yep. I think maybe all this to say, the proposed amendment is in line with our existing bylaw and the powers and authorities that are invested. We're just being a bit more specific.
Exactly. The benefit you get to the city manager's powers is it isn't a land use consideration. It's now a community standards consideration.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And then I will, again, with the chair's permission, go to the speakers that were in favor, either Speaker Rosalind or Speaker Booth. Just wondering if you have any thoughts from the applicant side of things in terms of the impact of this potential motion. I don't know if you're both waiting for the other, but I see Speaker Booth, if you're able to speak to that at all.
Sorry, I
That's
forgot
okay.
to unmute myself. Yeah, so obviously our clients would prefer not to have this restriction imposed, and it likely will drag out the construction period. But if council believes that this is necessary in order for them to feel comfortable approving this rezoning, then they're amenable to it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't have any further questions, and I'll take back the chair. I'm not
Given.
not seeing not seeing anyone else on questions. I believe we're moving now to speaking to. Councillor Cartmel, I believe you were first for speaking to the motion.
Thank you. I won't belabor it. With the greatest of respect to the speakers that have come today and the feedback we've just received, Councillor Mack's question, I really worry about this and embedding this in a land use question and not in a community standards section. I am reminded of some of those that I have the privilege of representing that had very grave concerns about noise emanating from a construction site that were had their own considerations in their own personal journeys that might have risen to cause the hours to be reduced, and that did not happen. And so I worry that we start selecting specific solutions for specific buildings and just where that heads. And so, if there is a special consideration to be made from a community standards perspective, I think we should leave that with the city manager and his delegated authority and not embed it in a land use question. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Jans?
I agree with what Councillor Cartmel said, and I'm trying to get my name off the board.
Oh, okay, thank you. Councillor Jans, could you also take the chair? Councillor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I wanted to speak briefly in favor. I appreciate some of the concerns that have been highlighted. I certainly have lived through construction projects, and it can be very difficult for all Edmontonians. I think, as highlighted, this type of consideration is already permitted in our community standards bylaw to take into consideration the nature and use of adjacent properties. This is a bit of a unique opportunity that we have as it's here before us at public hearing. It's a direct control zone, and I think given, I think we always want to be looking at the collective benefit of the community and the collective impact on the community, and this is a community with a high number of folks who are living living in a community that could be impacted more greatly by some of the construction noise. So I appreciate the mayor bringing this forward. I think it's worth us just including in the direct control zone. My hope is that even in the absence of this, were it to fail, that there would still be these powers that the city manager has and could apply in this case to support the residents of this. I'll finish there. I'll take back the chair, and I'll go to Mayor Stohey to close.
Thank you. No, I talked about the long-lasting and long-term vulnerability of the people who will be impacted by this development if this application is approved, right? So I also want to emphasize that we want to build an equitable city, and equity must recognize that everyone is not impacted the same way by our decisions. So there's not an equal level of impact on everyone. Some people have more impact of development than others. Someone might be able to tolerate construction from 7 a.m. till 11 p.m. or 10 p.m., whatever those hours are, based on their tolerance level to noise, to dust, and other impacts of construction. Some people can't because of the long-term health vulnerabilities. I think as we evolved as a city, as we think about more and more density in our communities, I think we need to be mindful of those kind of realities that people face in order to keep people's kind of buy-in into transformative change that we are trying to implement in our city, and be mindful of those very unique impacts that people will face. That's why I'm proposing this. You heard from one of the folks that they worry about getting through the day before they worry about getting through the year, right? So a little bit extension of construction timeline. It will definitely take longer to build, and we also heard that from the builder. They recognize there will be impact, but if this is what it takes to satisfy some of the concerns from the community, maybe that's the compromise that we need to make. At the same time, applying that equity lens to some of the changes that our city will continue to face. So that is my request to colleagues to look at that from that angle and consider supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
No.
Confirming that's Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, that was Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. We have for the vote.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. So at this point, we have an amended bylaw. Was there any further information, questions?
I think because of the focus of the last questions, you may want to call for clarifying, but it could go back to the chair, of course, but to call for clarifying questions before you close.
I'll take the chair back, and at this time, I will go to council members if they have any clarifying questions on any new information arisen out of our previous conversation. Okay. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just to the applicant, the online.
Yes, I'm here.
So in the questions to administration, it was mentioned about the discussion to purchase the land. So oftentimes the city will acquire land close to the river valley or top of bank to start to include in our public inventory. And it was mentioned that that discussion did happen in terms of real estate, and I just wanted to get a sense as to why that wasn't pursued, or if it was, why it didn't pan out.
So the client told me that he did talk to somebody in real estate, and they said that the city was not interested because the site wouldn't be very publicly accessible. And he was told that if there was further interest, he would be contacted in the future.
Okay, so can I go back to because now I'm hearing, yeah, so I guess to administration, now we're getting different responses from one side to the next here. So you say, would real estate be interested in that parcel?
I just want to caution we be careful how far down this road we go. We are talking about land ownership.
Okay.
Your question is valid. Would the city be interested in acquiring that land? But I'd probably not go too much past that if we could ask.
Fair. Thanks for the caution.
So what might help in terms of clarification is the Open Spaces Group is always open to purchasing land in and around the river valley. That is an established practice and norm. We give the contact information for colleagues in real estate to negotiate that specifically. We weren't aware that the conversation had taken place. We let the applicant have that conversation. So these details that you're hearing, we have never heard. I mean, there would be, that is totally between those two parties.
So I guess to Ms. Petrin, do you have any insights into this? Because then they're both in your area.
So I don't have insights in the history of the application, but I would say that generally we'll look at those opportunity purchases for areas that, make a connection to the river valley, provide public access, could be developed to a future park space. So I don't know the details of this particular site of why we would or wouldn't pursue it, but at this point, before you is a land development application to rezone.
Okay.
Councillor Rutherford, I'll just add, there are priority areas that would be a priority for open space and real
And
estate.
I don't know if I can keep going down this path, so I'll stop myself. Because I see the eyes.
Just to say that they would be trusted to have that conversation and
Yeah.
determine if this was a priority area for purchase.
So similar to being trusted like the Inglewood lot? Can I say that? I don't know if I can say that. Maybe I'll take that back. Rescinding my comment. I guess to the applicant, what is your, like, if this isn't approved today, or is, no, you know what, I'm gonna stop, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So any other questions on new information? I see none, so can someone move the closing of the public hearing, please?
Yeah, I can move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, all right, so public hearing on Charter Bylaw 2083737, motion to close, so please vote.
We have one vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move first reading.
Second.
Okay, all right, we have motion on the floor now to speak. Oh, sorry, first reading on the floor, now to speak. Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm grounded in the fact that we passed a housing emergency recently, and any limitation on construction hours that we impose, like we just did, can have a negative impact, not just in terms of hours of construction and time, but also money. It could lead to higher costs. It could lead to complexity in terms of scheduling limited trades. It could lead to all kinds of other headaches that prolong the process, that could lead to certain things being built and not protected from the elements in time. It could lead to all kinds of downstream messy factors that will ultimately mean that either housing doesn't get built or the housing that's built is more expensive. I'm quite concerned about that, and I'm quite concerned about the message that council would be sending by passing that. I to be honest, I'm a little surprised that it did pass. We have delegated authority for a reason, and I think there's local considerations that need to be taken into place. The reality is construction sucks whether it's neighborhood renewal, sucks whether it's your neighbor doing a renovation, sucks whether it's the person in your condo building upstairs doing changes or moving furniture. There's reasons why we have those protections, and I certainly support them, but we are in a housing emergency, and any delay that we have bringing new units in a desirable location in a place where somebody wants to build and move, this is a major challenge. Again, I find it curious sometimes that we spend so much time talking about certain spaces in the core of our city, steps from an LRT station, steps from amenities, steps from libraries and services and everything else and resources. And yet when we say no to that, we know what happens. Actual ecosystems get demolished in wetlands and in trees and in actual habitats out in suburban areas through suburban sprawl. If we are not allowing infill and we're not allowing densification, we know what happens. We just have to look around to see that. And what happens? That drives our taxes up, that destroys our planet, that locks in auto dependency, and so much more. So change is difficult. I would be, if I was living next door, I'd probably be fighting this project too. But from the citywide perspective, we have to look at the systemic. We have to look at the aggregate, and I'm concerned here that what could be a creative use of a small piece of land maybe further hindered. So I think there's a lot to appreciate here. I think we need to look for a lot more of these creative parcels around our city. They do it in all kinds of other cities around the world, and very successfully. I was just looking at some architectural drawings from another city that they did really, really creative work, bringing more housing online closer to the core. So I'm I'm concerned that the amendment passed. I still want to support the project, but I know there's no precedent at public hearings, but I'm really worried because I don't want to see us slowing down, and I think we need to be consistent, just as we are with trying to get upzoning and trying to get more units into other projects in other areas. I think we need to be holding ourselves to the same standard, that the housing emergency won't be solved by one project, but every single bedroom that we bring online helps keep rent down and helps improve the overall situation. So I'll vote in favor, but I just want my concerns noted.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. Please tell me if I'm offside with this, but I just wanted to quickly speak to Tricia for a minute. I didn't ask you questions. I didn't have anything because the situation that's heartbreaking is out of the context of this. These are different applicants, different builders, different. And so I want you to know that just because I didn't ask you a question doesn't mean I don't care about your situation and have been following this, and happy to talk to you after this public hearing. I've been talking to many of the residents in that condo building. So I just wanted to take a moment to say that, because I think it's really important that you know why I didn't have any questions specifically for you on that. With that, I will be supporting this application because it is a different context and a different situation. And that, you know, a direct control has a lot of specifications in it that would take into account that top of bank policy. And I really do believe in the lessons learned having been applied to this site. I agree with my council colleague, Councillor Jans. I also voted no to the construction timeline reduction because we have heard time and time again, time is money. Housing affordability is key, and we've just potentially increased the affordability of these housing units. But I won't let that be a deal breaker to stopping this project writ large from going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to perhaps build on my colleagues' comments around, I support that we're faced with a housing emergency. I think this is a critical addition, and on top of that, I see this as an investment in the quarters, as some of the speakers have alluded to. Part of a city that's been, I think, underinvested for a very long time. Along major transit corridor. And what I heard is one of the greatest, I think, risk people have talked about is the stability of the slope. And heard from the administration what are the measures there to mitigate that. There were some comments alluding to liability down the road, which I think there are liabilities with any kind of development, and in this case, not necessary consideration in the application, and it's hard to predict that. And if we always think about, well, lots of things can happen, and therefore, should we just simply stop any kind of development? That I'm not sure if we'll ever achieve the goals around housing and the city plan, etc. I think the considerations laid out today in this entire presentation and application has been, certainly satisfied. I did support the last amendment because I think, as the mayor mentioned, it was there are trade-offs, and that was one of them. So I will be supporting this. I think it's been really, I recognize this parcel has its unique history in the last many years, but I think we've had a fairly robust conversation about it and consider all facets, and it gives me a bit of that reassurance. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thanks to everyone who's shared their thoughts today. I'm going to echo some of the points we heard and just cover a little bit. I think for me, what I see in this is that, again, this is a location that might have some challenges in terms of how the actual building happens, but that is a problem that if it comes up, there is a process to deal with that through how we do things in our city. We're here before us today to decide a land use decision. And when I look at this location, when I look at the proximity to our core and to the mass transit that we're building throughout the city, I think this is a very reasonable location to have increased density. I think it's a location that, while I appreciate some of the concerns around things like traffic, and as we do here in a lot of rezoning application public hearings, if there was ever going to be a place where it's easier to be able to live without a car, this would be a location where I think that would make a lot of sense. And I think we're seeing more and more people, because of affordability challenges. I mean, the cost of a new car is $63,000 now, I think, in Canada. People are looking for options, and to be able to support something that actually provides housing that's close to the core, that's easily accessible to transit, I think makes sense. Just like I think those who are living in the building adjacent or across the street from are choosing to live there. It's a great location for so many reasons. So I think it's reasonable to add more people in a location where I think a lot of people already want to live and have been choosing to live for so long. And then just to the last point, I think Mayor Sohi's amendment, I know it was a tight vote, and there's been a few comments on it since it's a part of this bylaw. Just to briefly comment on it, I think part of why I supported that was to recognize that there are sometimes, the whole point of the public hearing process is to uncover if there are truly unique considerations. And what I heard from the residents who spoke in opposition, and from the mayor who served many residents there for years, and from the ward councillors, that this is maybe one of those situations where a very unique consideration was needed. And while I appreciate that change might not make the residents who didn't want any change there suddenly happy that they're going to have this, albeit with construction hours that are different, I also hope that there's an understanding that we're trying to balance the needs we have citywide to address how far out we're growing, how quickly we are growing out, while at the same time trying to help address some very specific localized issues. So I think it was a reasonable change, and I think overall this is going to be a very good project in a part of the city that I think needs that continued investment as we continue to work on that for the years to come. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
Thank you. You know, we all come into these type of public hearings with open mind to hear from the public, and then have this dialogue to understand the concerns, and then try to mitigate those concerns. So I had a number of concerns that I feel comfortable that have been answered satisfactorily, such as the geotechnical issues, right? I had a lot of questions over those. I raised them, and public raised them. I'm satisfied the answers that administration has given. I had issues around parking, accessibility for dads, and access to the back alley. Those have been kind of dealt with. That it feel comfortable on that. Closing of the Roland Road to accommodate construction, that has been answered, right? So, but one thing that I really struggled whether I would support this or not is recognizing the very unique location of this site and the vulnerability of the people who are being impacted. People living in close proximity to this site have very few choices. We lack accessible housing in our city. We lack affordable, accessible housing in our city. Sometimes people impacted by construction and others have choices to move or something else to do, right? Or other choices. But in this case, 20 or 25 folks who live there because of the unique accommodation that this art space co-op provides them, for them, that's their life. And we need to reduce the impact as much as we can. I really felt that the health impact and the unique health challenges and long-term, lifelong health challenges that people face needs that unique accommodation, right? And we just can't ramp through change in our communities without paying attention to those unique circumstances. That is the purpose of public hearing. That is the purpose of administration bringing these zoning bylaws for approval to us. In some cases, like if we are trying to remove barriers, absolutely, we have done that. I believe in fill. I have supported more in fill than probably, I don't know, but I think since my time on council, since 2007, with a brief interruption of 4 years. So I believe in that. I believe in housing. We need to build more housing affordability, absolutely, all those things. But sometimes things will come to us that require a unique accommodation, and this is what one of those accommodations that we have been able to offer. So I feel not enthusiastic about this particular situation, a particular proposal, but on balance, I am willing to support this, recognizing that a number of questions have been answered, that we need more housing in our city, that we more density in our city. I would not have supported this if the amendment had not passed. And I did not say that when the amendment was being debated to influence council decision, but I can tell you I wouldn't have supported this if that was not approved, recognizing the unique challenges that people are facing in this particular geographical location. With that, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thanks to all of my colleagues who've spoken and to, again, everyone who's joined us today. So I think the mayor, summarized very well sort of, the concerns we had heard, so specifically around geotechnical questions, also around access and ensuring ongoing ability for people to come and go in this site. I think those are really important considerations, and I appreciate the information that our city staff shared with us to ensure that those were addressed. The question around construction, I think a colleague put it earlier, construction is very hard, it's very disruptive, and it will have an impact on surrounding residents. I do appreciate the mayor bringing forward the amendment because there are, two things I would pick out as being unique in this area. So we've talked first about folks who live around the area. Again, these are higher density developments. And something that we haven't talked about a lot, but it's affordable housing for people with limited mobility. And we didn't hear anyone from this property, but adjacent on the north side is another affordable housing development for seniors. And so there are different impacts for those community members. And again, there's a high density of individuals there that are differently impacted. I think about construction in the evenings, and many Edmontonians would have the option of maybe going out for dinner, maybe escaping some of that in the evening hours. But those options are much more limited for folks who may not be able to afford to, or there may not be accessible spaces for them to access in those evenings. I think the other piece too is that there's construction and there's pile driving. those are different processes and much different and bigger impacts as well. So I appreciate that some accommodation has been made on that. Change like construction is very hard. It's disruptive. But as has been highlighted, we are facing housing emergency. Adding every additional unit that we can goes some way towards addressing that. I think this is a really exciting area of the city, a great area for more Edmontonians to be living. And I'm excited to see this investment coming to the quarters. So thank you again, everyone, so much for coming out today. I'll be supporting this and encourage my colleagues to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote.
We have the vote.
That is carried. Okay. We will carry on with the. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, Councillor Stevenson.
Second reading? Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20837.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Next one is 3.3 and 3.4 Bylaw 20834 to amend the Keswick Neighborhood Structure Plan and Charter Bylaw 20835 to allow for a large range of small to medium scale housing. And see. Okay, we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Does council need a presentation on this, or was this just selected?
I'll ask Councillor Jans and Council colleagues, you need a presentation?
No, just questions.
Questions to administration, to proponent?
Questions to administration.
Questions to administration. Any other colleagues have any questions to the proponent? Okay, we see no questions to the proponent, then we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. First of all, I'm not sure if this is to legal or to administration, but is it possible to make more like plain language in these reports instead of saying this is allowing for X, being clear that this is a down zoning or this is an up zoning or this is a sideways zoning?
Legally, it's possible. I'll turn it over to Mr. Ford to discuss.
Councillor Jans, that's a good point you make. We're always trying to evolve our reports to make the language a lot clearer. I think with the introduction of the new zoning bylaw, we're still working through some of the nuances of that, but your point is well taken.
Like I would like to make sure for all of these, like my primary concern is, are we increasing or decreasing the number of units in each of these decisions? Like the last item, it's clear we're adding more units. We're going to be allowing for something. I think having even a color coding or something like that would be helpful. I think that's really important for constituents and others. So hearing administrations looking at that, that's just something I'll be looking for clearly in other reports. Like so when I'm sharing with constituents and they're challenging me, I'm not having to go back and triple check zoning. So I appreciate that. My next question is, under what criteria would administration be allowing a down zoning in the context of a housing emergency, especially when previous councils approved a certain density of homes to be built in this area? Like what's missing for me in the report was the why.
Councillor, this is Perry Becadero-Moyer. You make a valid point. The reduction in density still meets the legacy targets set in the ASP, and it also meets the targets set in the REF by the EMRB.
Who set those targets in the ASP?
Council, they were done when the plan was initially adopted by council. What I can say is this is one neighbourhood out of the entire Windermere area. Some densities go up, some go down as development is built. What we've noticed, and this will be part of our forthcoming updates to the terms of reference, is the densities are actually being built higher than what was initially prescribed in the plan. So we are aware of that. I think we did mention it in this report as well. We've also noticed with the greater opportunities under the new zoning bylaw, we're also seeing increased densities. So right now we're in a bit of a flux in terms of how we analyze these plans. They're based on all methodology. Going forward as well, we've floating the idea of doing a count as we get through these neighborhoods to see where we are with each subsequent zoning. It's difficult, as you know, because at time of subdivision, we don't know the exact number of lots that are being built. Suffice to say, though, we are seeing higher densities coming out of these neighborhoods than were originally planned for.
I think what's hard for me as a counselor is that it's a little bit like we talk about with carbon targets related to climate change. Like we're 25% ahead of our 1990 targets, but then we're, 20% lower than our 2015 targets that we set. So like even the EMRB, to me, the EMRB is not even a floor. It's like a double parquet basement floor. Like we want to be far in excess of that. And I'm guessing some councils at some point were convinced to accept this big urban sprawl proposal for an ASP or an NSP on the understanding that there would be much higher density. But then now it appears years later it's being diluted. So I'm struggling with without seeing what the targets were and what the trade-offs were. I'm not prepared to support this recommendation today unless we can get a little more hard context on why even the trade-off here. Like I was trying to guess why the proponent would want this, but more importantly, why administration would allow it. I can see why a proponent would always have an interest in it, a transition to a different marketable product. But there's a certain reason that we set goals and targets, and to see those proposed to be reduced now, unless there's a very clear reason. Like at the last public hearing, we allowed a down zone near Belvedere because nothing was selling near the station.
Question, please.
Does that make sense?
Yes, Councillor, I'm understanding you. I think it's the methodology that as I alluded to, that we originally used and the assumptions. But I can assure you that we are seeing higher densities that are being built than was originally contemplated in these plans. And it's just a matter of time now till we actually update our terms of reference, and you'll see a much clearer picture of the kind of densities that are being built.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I guess my first question was along that decreased density as well, and just wondering, is there any way to shift to another zoning that comes up so that we end up even as far as density goes?
Thank you, Councillor. The applicant might have more data to support these. So as part of the application, the applicant provided data from subdivisions, active subdivisions in the area, to show that while in the plan it might seem like the density is reducing, based on the data from subdivisions, the built density, the actual built density in the neighborhood is actually increasing.
Okay. So it already has sort of been compensated for in other parts of the development.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then my other concern is in regards to the mobility section, where there's the requirement for the second 2 lanes of 170th Street. I'm not surprised that it says construction's not anticipated to start before 2025. Is it expected to start between 2035? And what are the triggers to when it would be required?
Councillor, 170th Street is being upgraded in different segments. This is one segment that is adjacent to the zoning area, and that's why it is being spoken about separately. There are segments north of this that are currently commitments are in place, and the construction is starting this year. For this segment, this is the next on the line, so 2025 beyond, that's why it was written.
Yeah, and then that's I think my concern with a lot of these developments is the promises made to residents that these lanes and roads are going to be widened, and it takes 10, 20, 30 years before it actually happens. But so what's the traffic count that's needed?
Councillor, these upgrades are already part of subdivision conditions, so those conditions needs to be met through entering into the servicing agreements and solidifying those commitments going forward before any further developments can occur.
So it will be done before this construction begins? Like these roads will be constructed before the buildings go up?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question. Could you mind elaborating?
Sorry. From what I understood, you said that this is next on the list. They're required to do it but at what point in time? Before or after the buildings are up?
So these roadways are typically tied to certain subdivisions in the area, and those conditions are met through entering into servicing agreements and staging and phasing the construction accordingly. As I mentioned that currently 170 street upgrades will be done for another segment to the north, and then this segment will come up as next part of the construction.
Okay, but there's no specific timeline for that. You're saying that it's part of the development process, and I know, and the developers pay for it as they develop, but I would like something more specific as to a timeline that residents can expect to have this road widened.
Councillor, we can get back to you on those specific timelines. As Mr. Saeed said, the construction is a little bit fluid, but they are conditioned, so we can get back to you offline in terms of specific details around when construction is expected to start.
Well, no, part of my decision is going to rest on that. Yeah, I'm just concerned that residents move into places expecting the roads to be there to take them to and from work and school and then their daily lives.
So, Councillor, part of the road is tied to the current subdivision that is subject to this rezoning, and the developer is in design stages right now, and they could provide further information on that in terms of how long they are, far along they are in that.
But for these specific sites, the roads aren't going to be built for them. It'll be somewhere down the line. Okay, that's all my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I had also had the decrease in density flagged as a concern. I guess if the overall density wasn't increasing in this context, would administration have supported this, or is it that context that helps with a recommendation of support here? I'm just trying to understand sort of what that determining factor was.
Councillor, I think it's the context and again the time we're in right now with the new zoning bylaw and narrower lots, a greater variety of housing allowed on those narrower lots, and the empirical evidence we are seeing in terms of the higher density. So without the new, I mean, if the new terms of reference was in place, we know we're going to have higher lots that come in for this kind of density. So that would help our numbers maintain the overall densities. You're getting more low density units in the calculation. You're also allowing a greater variety of housing type under that classification. So I think it's just the time right now where we're seeing these come in, and that gives us the comfort that we're still achieving those densities.
And can you help me understand just the process for the updating of the terms of reference? How does that play into this? I didn't quite understand that.
Right, sorry. The terms of reference, we've gone back and analyzed the actual built densities that are coming in. And what we're seeing is instead of 25 units per net residential hectare for single family, what we're seeing on the ground being built is actually closer to 30.
Okay.
So it's a substantial increase, which would overall increase the overall density of the neighborhood.
And I guess how will that be, so once you go through that process of updating, how will that be reflected in what we are seeing?
What we will see is when plans come in for an amendment, we will see the densities automatically increase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then this might be just a bit of an odd question, but how early on in a plan build-out is there still opportunities to make amendments to density targets? I'm just thinking of some of those legacy targets.
There's an opportunity, I would say, all the way through the plan being built out to make an amendment to any plan.
I guess can you help me understand the rationale around why we're comfortable sort of maintaining those legacy targets not updating?
Those legacy targets were given to us by the EMRB, and they say we have to meet them.
Is there a legal requirement that we, I guess, meet them and not go above and beyond, or just trying to understand that?
They're the bottom threshold, so the legal requirement is that you not go below them.
And Council, these plans did come in not substantially higher, but somewhat higher than what the threshold was to start with. So we were already pushing the density targets a bit.
And can you just remind me the year of this ASP?
Sorry?
The year that this ASP was put forward? Does anyone just have that offhand?
Around 2015.
2015?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cardwell.
Great, thank you. So maybe asked in a different way, I'm looking a little farther. I'm looking at the planning report. And the current NSP, looking at page 8, I guess. Current NSP land use and population statistics. Total number of residential units, 6,510. And then with this amendment, that drops to 6,447. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, Councillor, you are.
So 63 less units. So roughly a 1% difference. But I understood you to say that the actual count of actual units is higher than planned.
That's correct. The stats are really just a snapshot in time of when the plan was initially prepared, and it had density assumptions put in it.
So do you know how many units we're at right now?
I believe the applicant has that number.
If there's an actual, is there an actual number that, if this plan says that we're planning to be roughly 1% below the plan, which sounds like rounding error, but the actual number is, say, 1% above plan so far, I'd be interested in that.
Councillor, yes, that is the kind of information that I think we'll be looking for going forward, because we're aware of this kind of concern as these plans build out, that we are meeting the targets. It is difficult because some of the row housing multifamily sites in terms of units don't build out to very, very late in the process as well. So it's always a bit of a moving target. And they were initially done under a set of assumptions when the plan was first prepared. And, development patterns change, zoning bylaw has changed, housing patterns have changed, affordability and so on. So it's a bit of a moving target.
And not to mention, we got a lot more people coming and they have the kind of housing they're looking for. So that changes the market.
Correct.
Just going back to the conditioning of the road, whether we made this change for those 53 units or not. So if this application did not come, then these sites could proceed as they're currently zoned under the same road conditions, correct?
That's correct.
So whether this very modest change is made or not, the roadway conditions apply and the restrictions on development are the same. So there's nothing here that's going to drive in a meaningful way more cars on the road or change that road substantially through this application.
That's correct, Councillor, and that's just a logical expansion of the network.
Yeah. Do you know what the I was going to ask if we know what the current enrollment of the two schools are, Joan Carr and the public one, forgive me, it's eluding me. And I'm just wondering if proceeding with meeting the demand for housing this site might accelerate, enhanced enrollment in those schools. Do we know anything about that?
Councillor, no, we don't have that kind of information offhand.
Yeah, I don't either. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. So again, just want to understand, so the EMRB growth strategy has a minimum density of 45 dwelling units per net residential hectare.
Not in this area. These are legacy targets that were brought in under the Windermere plan, which is about between 30 and 35 units per net residential hectare. And they still have to meet those legacy targets.
Okay, and are the legacy targets, I don't see a reference to them here in the EMRB plan. Where are those set out?
In the EMRB plan?
Yeah.
They're actually very difficult to find. You have to do convoluted way of finding them, but there's a number of criteria when you have to refer plans back. And one is if they don't meet those legacy targets, well, this one still meets the target, so it doesn't need referral.
I see. So legally, this is on site?
Yeah, Councillor, yes, as I understand
And can
it.
you move close to the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Is
so
that better? Okay.
as I understand it, plans that were already in existence, the MRB got that legacy provision, and so their density targets were set at that, even irrespective of what the MRB set as a new density target. These are completely in line with that, and that's where that comes from. But it does build up over time, and to hopefully come in line with those modern targets as we go, which is what I'm hearing is the process.
Okay, great. I'll just have a few questions during clarifying information, but I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions to administration? If not, then questions to any clarifying questions or questions related to new information arisen out of previous discussion. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to ask either Speaker Mickelson or Speaker Nicholas, if you could just speak, just to really clarify the need for this change and why you've brought it forward, given that it is, lowering the overall density of the area.
Hi, Councillor Stevenson. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep, you're coming through.
Okay, perfect. So as you're aware, when a neighborhood structure plan comes in, especially one like this, which has been around for a number of years, sometimes there's some tweaks and adjustments to adjust to whether it be market demands or just design constraints. The MDR site that is right adjacent to the piece that we are amending to reduce to the low density residential is designed and ready for construction this year. We just found some efficiencies in zoning the piece that is just west of here to RSF and allowing for that low density residential. But I think the important piece here is before we made this application, we actually looked at the density in Keswick. So we do have those numbers to demonstrate what the density is actually being built at. So although our amendment shows that it's going from 34 units per net residential hectare to 33.4 units per net residential hectare, the density is actually being built at about 35.5 here. And the reason for this is we're seeing a lot narrower development. We're seeing narrower, compact row housing development, which is actually what we are also proposing with this application. We are redesignating a portion of low density residential to row housing, and that's under the RSM with the height of 14 meters to allow for that compact row housing. We've decided to use conventional zoning, and we believe in that so that we can expedite this and move forward. We also have an approved subdivision that's conditional to these bylaws, of course, and that 170th Street portion of construction is conditioned to our subdivision. And it is correct that that condition would probably come in with the subdivision if it did comply with the plan right now, but we are ready to start construction on this project as soon as possible. We have engineering drawings prepared. We're ready to get going and provide housing that is desired and very much needed in Edmonton.
Okay, thank you. I think that was a helpful overview. So sort of that multi-unit site, currently in orange in the plan, you're still developing that. There was just the way the building was designed, it left some land left over that allowed you to rezone it and then use it for the lower density. Is that?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that and appreciate the work you did on, just quantifying the density throughout the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the questions on this bylaw. Councillor Cartmel, you want to move closing the public hearing on this?
I would be happy to move closure of the public hearing on items 3.3 and 3.4.
Okay.
I can.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of items 3.3 and 3.4.
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Cardinal to close.
These are very modest changes. It's time to get on with development. The development serves the road network. It's not a big change, and I don't think it suits anything to just leave this land sterilized. Thank you.
Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 3.3 and 3.4.
Second.
Okay, please vote for second reading.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. As carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 3.3 and 3.4.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20834 and charter bylaw 20835.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We're done with that. With that done, we are at 5:01 and meeting is on recess till the hockey is done tonight. No. Until we win? No. We have to come back at 6 o'clock. All right, we'll be back at 6 o'clock. Until then, we are on the recess.
Good evening. We are live from council chambers.
Clerk, just a sound check.
You're very loud.
Yes, we can hear you, Councillor.
All right. I would like to call this meeting back to order, and we'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good evening.
Councillor Knack,
Good evening.
Councillor Prinspe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette,
Good evening.
Councillor Tang,
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
okay, and Councillor Cartmel,
Evening.
Councillor Rice,
Good evening.
and Councillor Jans was there.
Hello.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Everyone. Okay, we dealt with 3.3 and 3.4. We are on to 3.11 and 3.11, Charter Bylaw 2084 to allow for commercial and limited light industrial businesses, Dominion Industry. We're going to go through all these bylaws thoroughly. In the meantime, who's going to keep us appraised on the Oilers score? Somebody's going to take that on, right? Okay, let's keep us appraised. You know, we want to know while we work, right? So, yeah. All right. Kim, you'll keep us appraised, right? Okay, all right. Okay. The Councillor Rutherford, you exempted this item, 3.11. And let me see, there were speakers on that in opposition as well. So we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. This application proposes to rezone the site from the Business Employment Zone, or BE, to the Business Commercial Zone, or CB, to allow for commercial and limited light industrial uses. Next slide, please. The site is located on the northwestern edge of the Dominion Industrial Neighborhood, which comprises a mix of commercial and medium industrial uses, including retail, warehousing, manufacturing, and business offices. The site is at the intersection of 124th Avenue Northwest and 149th Street Northwest, a major road providing good visibility and access to the Yellowhead Trail. Transit is available along 123rd Avenue, which is approximately, 400 meters. 200 meters away. It is surrounded by land with long-standing business uses, including retail, offices, and a place of worship. Next slide, please. The applicant is Hope Mission. They intend to develop a 120-bed year-round shelter. Under the current BE zoning, year-round shelters are allowed. However, they must not exceed 500 meters squared. The proposed CB zone allows for the same use but does not limit the size. If approved, the CB zone also allows for medical office. While the maximum height will remain 16 meters, the CB zone will allow for a greater floor area ratio of 3.5 as compared with the BE zone. Both allow for similar uses and are compatible with the surrounding uses. The applicant intends to use the existing building on site. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using mailed notice, site signage, and information on the city's webpage. Approximately 8 people were heard from who were all in opposition. Most concerns were related to the potential impacts of a shelter on patron traffic and overall security. Next slide, please. The application conforms to the city plan by reducing chronic episodic homelessness and contributing to the livability and adaptability of districts and providing employment opportunities. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it supports redevelopment and intensification of industrial lands, is compatible with surrounding development, and supports the city plan goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We are going to go to now folks in favor of this application. Stacy Casnott is to answer questions only in person. Stacy? Or joining virtually? To go? Okay, no worries. So we will strike her name off the list. Tim Pasma, please come down. You'll be speaker number 2. And Alan Pollard, Kenora Community League in person. You'll be speaker number 3. And you each have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And once your presentations are done, council members may have questions to you. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of council. My name is Tim Pasma, and I'm the Director of Programs for Hope Mission. I am here today to ask you to vote in favor of rezoning this site in question. I will explain the need for a West End shelter, selection of the property, and the planned use for the site. Next slide, please. There are a number of reasons for the West Side Shelter site in Edmonton. Over the last while, we've seen a growth in the number of people experiencing houselessness in Edmonton, and that requires additional shelter spaces. There's also a significant need for shelter services in the West End of Edmonton. Our crisis diversion team data shows that very clearly, as has a lot of engagement and interactions both from our agency but also with other agencies supporting vulnerable population in Edmonton. Thirdly, there's a need to decentralize social services in Edmonton, specifically outside of the Chinatown community. Next slide, please. This specific site was chosen for several reasons. Firstly, the size and layout of the building and also building availability. We felt it was very important to be moving forward with supporting the vulnerable population in Edmonton as quickly as we could. Secondly, the ability to offer a range of services to help people exit houselessness. We offer more than just shelter services, but also services that help with social and health services to help people exit the cycle of houselessness. Thirdly, to allow for separate daytime space from the sleeping space and enhanced storage options. Next slide, please. Primary services offered at this site would include up to 120 spaces, shelter spaces available on a 24/7 basis. This would include spaces for those who are low mobility and also couple spaces. Secondly, food and hygiene services, so that could be hot meals, but also bagged lunches, granola bars, etc. And hygiene services such as showers, laundry, towels, clothing, that kind of thing. Thirdly, housing workers will be present on site to do one-on-one case management and support people with a housing plan to exit houselessness. And fourth, offering health services on site within our level of care, offered by registered nurses or LPNs or primary care paramedics. Fifth, to support with ID and income support services. Next slide, please. The shelter will also follow evidence-based best practices and will be housing focused. This will include a diversion team who will provide immediate assistance to everyone using shelter services and develop a plan to help support them exit the cycle of houselessness. There will also be collaborative housing plans developed over time, ensuring that community members have access to a range of housing service options that suit their needs, and they will be at the center of building these plans. Next slide, please. Efforts have been made to also follow the City of Edmonton shelter best practices in the following ways. Providing housing-focused approach to service delivery, offering 24/7 services, including a separate eating area and day space, providing a high level of accessibility and inclusion, including spaces for couples and barrier-free and gender-neutral washroom and showers, a range of embedded support services and connections to other services, including transportation, and semi-private spaces and access to a range of storage options. Next slide, please. Just including a little bit of data to illustrate the need in Edmonton, and also the work that's being done to help people exit the cycle of houselessness. From April 2023 to March 2024, our emergency shelters provided services to over 8,900 unique users. Our diversion and housing team was able to house 830 people with positive housing outcomes. Our health services team saw 1,643 unique clients come through our nursing clinic at the Herb Jameson Center and saw 6,063 total clinic visits. Our ID services program, which we launched in October 2023, provided services to 341 people to date as of March 2024. And our 24/7 crisis diversion teams responded to 11,045 events. That's just the Hope Mission teams. There's also the Boyle Street teams on top of that. And as I mentioned before, our crisis diversion team data showed a significant need in the west side of Edmonton for service. Next slide, please. This slide just demonstrates the impact of a housing-focused shelter model. Over the last 2 years, we have increased our emphasis on wraparound supports, and we've seen a significant increase.
I'm sorry, Tim. I'm going to stop you here because 5 minutes are up, and we just want to make sure that we are being fair to everyone when it comes to allotted amount of time for everyone.
Understood.
Yeah, good. Okay. With that, we'll next go to Alan Pollard. Do we have Tim's slide deck? Yeah, okay, good.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, actually, good evening. My name is Ellen Pollard, and I am here to represent the Kenora Community League on behalf of the residents of the neighborhood. Kenora Community League's hope is that the proposed Hope Mission at 12403 149th Street facility will provide services for those currently creating chaos and a sense of chaos in the Kenora community. The Community League believes that with the absence of chaos, local retail and service businesses will be given a chance to flourish, that businesses will begin to return to Kenora and Stony Plain revitalization. That the acute safety and security concerns, particularly for seniors and children, newcomers, and other vulnerable residents will be relieved. Kenora does not want to be seen as a not in my backyard type of community, and so is in the process of welcoming additional permanent support housing for houseless individuals. In other words, Kenora is saying yes to an equal amount of supported housing in every neighborhood's backyard and no to shelters in anyone's backyard. Our request, which has been communicated to Councillor Knack, is that short-term supports be removed from Kenora. Our humble suggestion is that these supports be placed in light industrial areas such as the Dominion Industrial Park and not in any residential neighborhoods. While we respect that doing so may have some impact on the businesses like Costco, it would be less of an impact that has already been experienced in the Kenora area. In conclusion, we would respectfully like to urge acceptance of the rezoning application. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to both of you for joining us. Now we are going to go to council colleagues for questions to both of you. We will start with Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess I appreciate the report, the presentation that you provided to the Hope Mission. I guess there's a few things I have as questions around the minimum shelter standards. And you said that you were going to follow the city's shelter best practices, but it's actually a minimum shelter standard, like the bare minimum that we want to see for the operation of a shelter. So are you meeting those minimum shelter standards, or are you adopting a few of the things to some degree?
When I looked through the document, and I'm sorry, my understanding was it was going to be changed to best practices, and that's why I use that terminology.
Okay.
From my understanding, when I look through the shelter standards, I do believe we're meeting them. I think that there are support services that can't strictly only be provided by one agency, and that's one reason why I mentioned that we provide connections to other agency supports and services with transportation. But yes, I do believe we are.
Okay, and like one of the things is about access to transportation, right? So this area only has one transit bus that runs every half an hour from Northgate, not from the West End. So if we're saying that we need shelter for people on the West End, they're going to have to travel to Northgate to get to the shelter, or else walk or bike from wherever they are on the West End to this shelter? Like how is this not considered a factor in this development?
Thank you for the question. What we've built into this model specifically is a 24/7 transportation.
Okay,
So
tell me more about
we
that.
will be offering transportation on a regular basis to and from the shelter site, and that will
From
also include, well, we'll have a route of areas that we operate. So right now we are also operating transit, and we'll continue to do that and enhance it with this site. So that's how we believe we will deal with that issue, because that is something that we definitely thought of with this site.
Okay, so is it, just so I understand, again, not very familiar with the way your organization works, it's sort of a loop that then folks that are unhoused might know, oh, on these times, Hope Mission might come around with a bus?
Yeah, so specifically, one of the thoughts that we've had that we would like to look at is along the Stony Plain Road area, where I know that there's a number of people experiencing houselessness that are in need of support. We would go there, for example. So we've had conversations with, for example, Boyle Street Community Services about providing support near their site. And so there, but also in the downtown area of Edmonton and other areas that we know where there's people in need, we would be focusing on those areas.
Okay, and one of the concerns I have, and I'd be curious your thoughts on it, is around, I know there is some light and commercial right along 149th, but as you go on to 123rd or 124th, or even the Yellowhead corridor proper, a lot of that is medium industrial, not actually light industrial or commercial. And I know for a fact that there's businesses on 123rd that are bringing in 18-wheelers to ship, goods and services across Canada. How are we going to ensure that's, how has that safety plan been considered within your operational model?
Well, we feel very confident that with the structure of the site, especially the way it's laid out, we'll have easy access into the site from 149th Street, and we'll be able to work around those issues with there's a large area on that site right along 149th Street where within a fenced-in area, we'll be able to offer a concealed designated smoking area, and also transportation will be able to be provided right at that area of the site. So we feel like, although that's something to consider, it's not a major impediment to the project, to the success of the project. Secondly, I would say that in the consultations that I've personally had with business owners in the area, there is already concerns about vulnerable population being in the area, and so that was already brought up as an issue that exists currently. And so we want to be there to support that and to give those folks a safe place to go.
Okay, I'll moderate my time there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thanks to both of you for being here today. Sorry, yes, I'm looking at your screen and you're looking up there, so I can see. Mr. Pasma, first, just a quick question. I know you mentioned some of the locations you'd be working to maybe transport folks. Do you have on your list 111th Avenue along the motels strip in High Park? Is that an area that you flagged as an organization?
Yes, it is. In fact,
okay.
I would like to add to that I'm a resident of that area in the McQueen neighborhood, so I see this on a regular basis, and I see the need in this community.
No, I appreciate that. I just thought I would make sure I asked it out loud, as I know we have a lot of folks that, from how I understand, the province sort of drops folks off at those motels without any wraparound supports, and then they often find themselves in High Park, in McQueen, in Kenora, where Ms. Pollard is from, and well, frankly, most of the West End, and they're not getting support they need. So I just wanted to check on that. Meanwhile, we need the province to stop doing that, but that's a separate conversation. And maybe just that's a leading question to Ms. Pollard to confirm, because I know I had been chatting with Joanne on with a letter she sent, and we're looking to host a meeting. I think in September it would be a larger one, but hoping to do one a little bit sooner, maybe just with the board, because I think part of what your ask is, hey, if you're doing this, can we have fewer short-term services in the neighborhood, which I think that overall concentration is something we're trying to work on, but recognizing ultimately it's provincial jurisdiction. So I know there's been we've had a recent turnover on the board. We have new folks making up the board. Is there an opportunity maybe to come together and talk through what an advocacy strategy would be with the province, because they're going to be the ones that ultimately fund that work, that make those final decisions. Our role is primarily one of zoning. So is the land use appropriate? That's the decision we're going to be asked to deal with today. So is that your understanding as well? And would you be willing to sort of work together on that?
Absolutely. That's why I was just putting forth the fact that we are in support of this rezoning application for the reasons that I mentioned, but absolutely, definitely want to be a part of any consultations and meetings to deal with this.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I appreciate the community's embracing supportive housing. And as you noted, I think Kenora is getting close to that. We had set some policy years back, and Kenora is one of the higher ratios, still below what we generally strive for. But overall, I think the community's been embracing that as a permanent solution versus a lot of short-term solutions. So thank you for that. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Just to Speaker Pasma, was there anything from your last slides that you wanted to share with us?
Thank you for the question. I just wanted to add that we have made a concerted effort to deal with to minimize community disruption, I should say, in the area. And one of those things was the 24/7 transportation to and from the site. But also we've been focused on providing 24/7 programming and services, including as I mentioned, a separate day space and a concealed designated smoking area. We're going to be providing embedded social and health supports on site, and also a focus on a range of storage options, including bicycle storage, amnesty totes, regular storage totes, and self-serve lockers. And we'll also be focused on receiving support from the 24/7 crisis diversion team. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for fleshing that out. So just that last point, the 24/7 crisis diversion team. So, one of the concerns I hear is that, if people call 24/7 in the wee hours, let's say, there are very few places where they can be transported to or taken to if needed. Is that something that the center will be offering then, from what I understand?
Yeah, the thing about having more shelters throughout the city that provides benefit, is numerous ways, but one of them is not everybody wants to go to downtown shelters. We understand that. We're aware of that. While we endeavor to make our shelters as safe as possible, we know that smaller shelters throughout the city will be a positive benefit. And so we see that as a great step in the right direction. We've seen that with our shelter for women, the Caris Center. Much more people that we pick up on the streets are willing to go there and happy to go there. So, I think I think there's a lot of positives to this in that regard.
So just in terms of some of the operations on the site that can have impacts on the surrounding community. So I know you've said it a few times, but I really just want to drill in to make sure I understand. So there will be separate daytime space. So it's not space where there are bunks at night. They get moved out during the day. This is dedicated full-time gathering space?
That's correct. And that was a big focus for this particular site that we looked at, was that we were able to provide not just strictly sleeping spaces, but also day spaces and also a dedicated space to deliver housing and health services.
Okay, that's really positive. And then just with some of the food service, you were saying that there would be some food service on site, but there's not sort of like a full commercial kitchen, is that correct?
We do actually have a commercial kitchen on site, so we will be serving hot meals there. So we'll have 3 hot meals per day on weekdays, 2 hot meals per day on weekends and holidays, plus bagged lunches and snacks 24/7.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much. And last one, just in terms of some operations, is it a continuous stay shelter? Are people able to kind of book ahead for the next night?
Yes, so it's people can stay as long as they need to stay. Obviously, our goal is to help people find housing and help them exit as quickly as possible. But yes, there will be no stay restriction.
Okay, great. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for Speaker Pasma. You had mentioned that it would be for 120 spaces, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so under the current zoning, I know that shelters can be built under the current zoning. What is the amount that can be built under the current zoning? Do you know? Are you aware?
From what I understand, there's not a restriction on the number of people that the shelter can take, but I could be wrong. I think that's usually dependent on building code. I believe this site could have taken a lot more people than that, but our focus has been on providing quality services, so we didn't want to, make it a 200 or 300 person shelter. I could be wrong on that, though. If somebody else knows, feel free to speak up.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'll ask administration. That's okay. But I guess I'm wondering why you need a rezoning, because in the current zoning, shelter is a part of that zoning.
That's a good question. So this particular zoning allows for a shelter, but it's restricted to 500 square meters. And so what we wanted to do is provide that separate day space and sleeping space and provide enhanced social and health supports. And so that's why we're seeking the rezoning application here today.
Okay, so it's not necessarily to accommodate more people.
That's
it's
correct.
to have more space for day space. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, I should have just asked that right now. So, okay, now I understand. Okay. Thank you. I think those are my only questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you very much. So really, we should be focusing on the land use question alone, but I do have a quick question about, because the city doesn't build shelters, obviously. The city doesn't run shelters. So you'll be getting funding, I assume, from the provincial government, who's in support of this.
Yes, that's correct. We have been working with the province on this particular project.
Right, and so the province wants a shelter. Our role strictly is land use questions. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah. So from a land use perspective, I just want to make sure that I understand properly what Councillor Principe was asking you. The need for rezoning is because sometimes people see as a shelter a place you go sleep overnight, then move on to something else, but you need rezoning because you want to provide more of kind of wrapped around services for healthcare, access to housing, ID, and access to a nurse or whatever that other services. That is the reason that you need to have this place rezoned.
That's correct. And I'll add to that by providing those wraparound services, that's what can really help avoid community disruption, because people have a place to be and are able to access those supports all in one place.
Yeah. So that was actually my next question, right? How do you, when you were engaging with the community as an applicant for this, were you able to communicate all the wraparound services that you'll be able to provide and how those services actually help with integration into housing and other support systems?
When we did consultations, we did, and I specifically went around to the businesses in the area, and the ones I was able to meet with, I did explain that this was more than just strictly a mat with a mat on the floor, and people need to be out at 7 or 8 a.m., as we've seen in the past.
Right.
This is much more than that, and that was well received by a number of people that I talked to.
So it's a sleeping place for 24/7 if people need to come back and take a nap, whatever they need to do, or sleep longer than overnight. And during it's not you're not there saying it's 7 a.m. everybody get up and move.
That's right. Yeah, that's not what this model is at all.
Because that would be a big concern from the community that if you're letting 120 people out,
yes,
all at 7, right? But what I understand for need for rezoning is that you don't have to do that. You can accommodate day spaces and longer stay.
Yeah, if we didn't have rezoning, we could still have the shelter and have people 24/7, but it would be much smaller, and it would be a lot harder to deliver those quality services that encourage them to stay inside to access either health services, social supports, meals, things like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you were to do what is allowed under current zoning, the impact on community might be, negative impact on the community might be much greater.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay, now I get it. Thank you so much for that. I will move the second round.
Thank you. I need a seconder. Second. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
Yes.
I think that was Councillor Jansen, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, councillors.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Katmel. We have a vote.
Please display the vote. That's carried, and I'll return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so if this rezoning passes today, when are you anticipating opening?
We anticipate opening in September.
Okay, and one of the questions I received from public members, or concern I would say, that I received from public members, and I did have some back and forth with administration, was that you've already applied and have started construction with a development permit. Is that correct?
Yes, we do have permitting to continue on with the phases that we're at, yes.
When you say phases that you're at, what do you mean?
Well, all the construction that we're doing right now, there are permits in place for.
And is that for the model you're hoping to get after today, or is it based on what your current zoning allowability is?
That's based on the current plans that we created, which were for the full shelter.
Okay. So I think one of the things that I'll actually, you know what, I'll leave that one for administration. I had another question and it just completely slipped my mind. I apologize. Give me 1 second. I guess I'm gonna, oh yes, I remember what my other question was. In your consultations, you mentioned you did consultation. Did you consult with the Dovercourt community at all, or the community league?
We did not make contact with them.
Okay. Thank you. And then I guess to Ms. Pollard, how did you hear about this rezoning?
Through one of my clients who encouraged me to go to the Kenora League meeting on Tuesday.
Okay, and you said, you when you were speaking, you said no shelters in anywhere. But was there a shelter, I know there was the Jasper Place. Is that the shelter that was functioning near the Kenora neighborhood?
What?
Was there a shelter operational near Kenora?
What my understanding is that the old Howard Johnson Hotel that was on the corner there on 156 and Stony Plain Road was converted into a space for houseless individuals during the winter. I don't know all the details about that, but I do know that we did see quite an influx of houseless people during that time, and it's resulted in quite a bit of chaos in the area. It's not an ideal situation because these individuals, we had the Health and Wellness Center at one point, which is now the Christian Care Center. Yeah. Okay, and they would offer services during the daytime or in the evening, just kind of like a drop-in social type of center. And then we've also got.
Sorry, I just want to be mindful of my time and ask other questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I think you've answered. I think the other thing you said is that this is going to give local business a chance to flourish. But then you said that it was okay that there was an impact on businesses in this area. So I just wanted you to square that.
No, I said I recognized that there would probably be an impact, a minimal impact on businesses. To Costco and the businesses there. I'm recognizing that, but it's less of an impact than it has been in our residential area. If I may, I have heard seniors who are in the Kenora Gardens tell me that they're afraid to go across the street to No Frills because they've had their purses stolen.
Okay.
Okay. So those sorts of examples. I'm not trying to belabor.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I just have a couple of clarifying questions. Councillor Stevenson, if you take this chair, please.
Have the chair.
Yeah. So, in your presentation, Tim, you mentioned about the services offered. I just want to make sure that when you're saying services offered, that those services are being offered at the site where we are looking at rezoning, and you need that rezoning to come under those services. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. You said, I understand 122 spaces available on a 24/7 basis. Absolutely, you need that for that. On that side, you'll do that. Food and hygiene services, is that on the same site? It's not that you take the bus, you go some other place, get your food and your shower, and come back to this space?
No, it's all delivered on site.
Okay.
So it's a comprehensive service model.
And same with, you would have a space for housing workers on the site that you
Yes.
That
Yeah,
would-
so we have a dedicated space where housing workers will be able to be, and also health services as well.
And this rezoning will accommodate that?
Yes.
Okay, and same with health services, you talk about ID and income support services, you have somebody in the office that people can go to on this site for that?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and same with diversion teams as well, right? Like how does that work?
Yeah, so a part of our housing team is always diversion workers, so they support people with rapid resolution. So if there's a better place that they can go for support, such as maybe short-term stay, family reunification, rapid housing resolution, we'll support them with that. So they're a bit more of a varied approach, and rather than so we have intensive case management, rapid rehousing teams, which are more housing first programs. They'll be there as well. But if we can rapidly resolve someone's homelessness, we would focus on that first.
Okay, got it. And same with accessibility, inclusion, all that. So one of my last question remaining is that if you have to evict someone for whatever reason, right? How would you deal with that person doesn't end up out on the street and impacting local businesses and other folks, other business or other users in the area?
Yeah, that's a good question. What we'll do is we do have a banning procedure in place, and if as we follow that procedure, one of the focuses will be on providing still transportation for that person to go to appropriate resources. Obviously, it will be their choice as to whether they access those resources, but we would offer that transportation.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for that. And I will take the chair back.
The chair is
And that concludes the questions to folks in favor. And now we'll go to folks in opposition. And I will call your name, so please come down. John Kearley, Morrissey Properties Limited in person. Please come down. You'll be speaker number 1. And then Ian Wakwich, Durham Capital Inc. in person. Please come down. Okay, please go ahead. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. And once you have concluded your presentation, then council members may have questions to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going to say good afternoon, Your Worship and Council, but it's good evening, so I will try to keep my remarks to a short and sweet. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. My name is John Kearley, and I'm the president of Morrissey Property Limited, which owns the property just to the north of this proposed rezoning site at the corner of Yellowhead and 149th. For the last 15 years, I've also been an advocate for community-based solutions to the dual problems of homelessness and addictions, primarily by working to help end these cycles before they begin. My work in helping to build self-esteem and encouraging continuing education in inner-city youth through my involvement with the Salvation Army Back to School backpack program and my involvement with Haven House in Saskatoon was recognized in 2022 when I was awarded the Queen's Jubilee Medal for service, community service in the province of Saskatchewan. So I'm very well acquainted with the issues that are involved in a situation like this. And having spent many years working towards providing good quality community solutions in my own city. We are an investment organization that does, participate in Edmonton's economy on a direct basis. And as a commercial property investor in Edmonton, my immediate reaction to this proposed rezoning was that of concern for the potential impact on our property. But as an advocate of community-based solutions to homelessness and addiction issues, my concern regarding this rezoning was even greater. The solution to our current issues with homelessness across Canada lies within our communities. by providing those of us with housing and addiction issues with a way to reintegrate into our society. We can help them find their own solutions and regain their footing. The members of our community with these issues need access to help, which is obvious, and which comes from having a network around them with supports that are diverse, close by, and as accessible as possible. And it's hard to disagree with Tim in regards to the need for these services to be available to our population of people who are marginalized. It's impossible to deny that. By removing as many barriers as we can provide the best chances of success in reintegrating these people into regular, operations within our society. But by placing barriers in front of them, we make it all the more difficult to overcome the things that they face daily.
Can you just stop you for a minute? Julius, can you close the dome, please, so we can don't get outside noise? Please go ahead, carry on.
So the only way to solve these very complex issues is to help people help themselves, and that's pretty basic. And helping each other is the essence of a community. The area which this rezoning request is being made is an industrial park. And, I can't stress that more than anything. It lacks the basic amenities that the city of Edmonton considers to be a priority when it designs communities. It lacks green space. Access to transit is limited. Community services are far away, legal services, safe injection sites. We do have a medical component on site with the potential service provider that's already begun construction. But all in all, having choice available to people to help themselves is, a far away from this particular location. Having access to legal, medical, counseling, cultural and spiritual services close by allows people the opportunity to make quality choices to use these services and to find the help they need. And without them nearby, there are very few options available. So, ending homelessness implies providing people with the opportunity to find a home. And homes are found within communities, not industrial parks. And I think we need to be cognizant of that. Industrial parks are designed to warehouse products, not people. And I think that's something the city of Edmonton really needs to consider in their approach by isolating people who are already currently marginalized, by putting them in a place where they don't have access to services other than the ones that are provided by the good people at Hope Mission, limits their options for care, treatment, and the ability to rise to new challenges and end the cycle. So I think strongly I should urge council to consider the fact that there are better solutions out there than this particular model. And I think it's incumbent upon council to look deeper into those causes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Sorry, I have to stop you at 5 minutes because that's the time allocated for everyone. But thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Ian Wakwich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Ian Wakwich, and I'm here in my capacity as legal counsel for Durham Capital Inc. That is the owner of a property which is immediately to the south of the subject site and a lot over. So the lots be kitty corner with their sort of corners touching across the street. On a personal note, I'm well familiar with the balancing act that a council like this has to do. For 6 years, I was chair of Edmonton's SDAB, so I'm very familiar with the balancing issues that are needed here. My main point today is that I believe this rezoning application is unnecessary. We're not dealing with a situation here where we say, should there be a shelter or should there not be a shelter? What we're dealing with is, should we have a big shelter or a small shelter? Because the current zoning already has most of the uses that are required, not just for the shelter uses, but for other of the ancillary uses that have been described. The current zoning allows for health services, which includes medical clinics. I was involved in as council on the matter with the south side, proposed injection site in the south side. And in that case, the SDAB gave an expansive definition of health services. Offices, community services, all this are allowed. There's only one real issue, and that is the difference I can see between the zones, and that is the size, not of all the uses, but the size of one use, the size of the shelter use. The shelter use in the current zoning is limited to 500 square meters, which is roughly about 5,400 square feet. It's not limited by the number of beds. It's simply the size that the shelter use can have. And everything else wouldn't be that much of a difference. There is a difference in the floor area ratio, but given the submissions I heard today that they're using the existing building, that's not really going to be applicable because it's going to be the same. Note there is a difference for supportive housing in the two zones. In the current zone, supporting housing is not allowed, and so there could be some thought. And I saw it in the administration's materials. Well, maybe it could be allowed in the second use, in the current proposed zoning, but not really. Because if you look at the proposed new zone, if you look at section 3.7, supportive housing is only permitted in the proposed zone as part of a hotel conversion, and this is not hotel conversion. So there's only one difference that's material, and that's the size of the shelter use. I would also submit this doesn't affect the other uses because it's only the shelter use that has the size limitation. So what we're dealing with here is not really what often you would have to deal with. Should we change the zoning to allow a shelter or not? We're talking about how big of a shelter. We're talking about how intensive of the use. And note that this zone is very much an industrial zone. My client's usage is roughly, don't quote me the exact number, but it's roughly 35,000 square feet of warehouse that uses, ships, and receives paper pulp products and various insulation products with a constant stream of large trucks coming in and coming out and coming in and coming out. It's a very heavy use area. And this sort of zone already anticipated that shelters would be used, but when this sort of area was developed, we had a limit. So we'll allow shelters here. And we're not saying there's not going to be a shelter. They have a shelter as of right now. There's nothing we can do about it. It's how intense. And we would submit that given all the issues that the other gentleman has just raised about the use of this place, that how it is isolating. You have limited transit. The administration mentioned there's transit just a little to the south, but that is very temporary transit. I think it's not very often. It may only be during rush hour. And the main transit route is, I think, over 1 kilometer away, which would be constant. It's not a pedestrian-oriented development. This is entirely vehicular-oriented. It's not something that has like the web of services you would normally want to see. You're going to basically be quite literally warehousing people who are in great need in a remote area, hard to get to by transit, and maybe that should be limited to what was originally intended in this zone, which is a smaller area, 500 square meters. I would submit that this would give all of the uses that the applicant wants. It would just limit the impact, I would submit, on the other landowners because it will be kept to the original size that was originally intended for this zone. And those are our submissions.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. And now we'll go to questions from council members. And Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
I'll defer to the ward councillor. It's okay.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Thank you, appreciate that, Councillor Knack. I want to go first to Mr. Kearley. One of the things that admin said in their presentation that I find very intriguing is the proximity to the Yellowhead Trail as a bonus, as a justification for why this. If you own that site that you're talking about, I know for certain that you had engagement with the Yellowhead Trail freeway conversion program, and 149th Street is now no longer an access to the Yellowhead Trail, is it not?
That's correct, Councillor.
And when they told you about that project, when you engaged with the Yellowhead team, some of the rationale for the need to do the program, turning it into a freeway, was about being a goods and services corridor.
Correct.
And that they wanted to see more road traffic and industrial being built up around the Yellowhead.
Absolutely.
So those were all conversations that business owners along that corridor would have had in the development of the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program.
Absolutely.
It's
I
safe
mean,
to say.
Yeah, Yellowhead conversion, I've been involved in it quite a bit because we have other property along the Yellowhead Trail. And simply, the fact of the matter is creating a, high-speed corridor that does have commercial, industrial applications, obviously, but as far as being a walkable community type area, it's just not.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think you summed up something so well that I've been really struggling with in grappling with in reading the report from administration, and just, same kind of thing that you said, like, I want to see permanent supportive housing. I want to see our vulnerable folks being helped. But you mentioned about the lack of basic amenities. And so could you just elaborate on that a little bit more for any of my council colleagues that might not be as familiar with that area? I know you mentioned, because there's no parks. The nearest park would probably be Dovercourt.
Correct.
Which is probably about 1 kilometer.
Kilometer and a half away.
A kilometer and a half away. There's no library, correct?
No library.
There's not even a coffee shop around there.
No coffee shops.
There's no...
There's a casino.
There's a casino, yes. There's no space where there would be a public washroom.
Nope.
Because even Costco, you would need a membership.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to help paint. And so that's what you're talking about, that isolating factor.
It's unfortunate because, the nature of, people's houselessness is that they need a place to be, a place to, use the bathroom, to spend their time.
Well, I think about human-centered, right, and
Exactly.
dignified, and I always have said, and this is what I'm grappling with, so I'd be curious your thoughts about, like, human-centered, like, even if we're doing care, we need to do it in a dignified way.
Exactly.
And I'm hearing from you that your concern is that this is not
It's
potentially
not.
dignified?
No.
Especially at the scope and scale as to, Speaker 2's comments about, this is a debate about whether we have a smaller or larger shelter, the scope and scale of that.
Well, as I said, not to denigrate the good work that Hope Mission does, because they do provide an essential service in a variety of areas throughout the city. But this particular location just does not lend itself to build that capacity to embrace people into a community. There is no community. It is, manufacturing facilities, cabinet shops, concrete plants.
Like how many semi-trucks, like 18-wheelers, do you see kind of go by, or?
Oh, hundreds.
Hundreds a day.
Hundreds a day.
Okay. And I just want to ask my last question, just mindful of my time. So I really liked your point about, we're not debating whether there is or is not a shelter there. They already have it by right. But I've actually been really struggling with this in terms of, we recently did our zoning bylaw renewal, and I've been contemplating whether there needs to be a subsequent, actually, after whatever decision comes out of this bylaw, because I am concerned that this isn't an appropriate place from a stigmatizing perspective. And I wanted to know if you had any thoughts on that, or do you think it is appropriate for a smaller shelter? This is to Speaker 2.
Oh, sorry.
So Mr. Welk.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, given that I was here for a rezoning application, I was just comparing the two. I do have all those concerns about shelters in this area by itself. I guess for the purpose we're talking today, it's sort of, all those concerns that we have for shelters as they are, whether they're there or not, like a yes-no answer, are just there in greater amounts when you're dealing with a potentially very large shelter. And so, yes, I would be concerned, but I'm particularly concerned here because we're dealing with something, and like you said, this bylaw was done, and it had that limitation in it.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you both. And this is one of those frustrating ones, because I agree with every word you said, except the problem is what's not before us today is a supportive housing development in any community, because ultimately the order of government responsible for that isn't looking to do that anywhere. So I'm stuck debating what we do in the interim. And And so that's where I guess sort of when I look at this discussion, where I'm looking for guidance, because while this is obviously the ward represented by Councillor Rutherford, I have some communities that are pretty close by too, and I'm a regular visitor of this particular part of the city. And so what I see right now is a bunch of people who are getting dropped off in motels about 14 blocks away without any wraparound supports at all. I have people who are out and about in those areas right now. I mean, I ride my bike to Costco fairly regularly, so I see the folks out and about in those industrial areas, clearly not getting support today. And so what I guess I'm curious is, like, how do we get, like, what's the better solution right now, Mr. Curley? I know you talked about it, because I think the better solution is housing in every community with the right wraparound supports, but that's not before us. And so I'm struggling to figure out what I do in the meantime, where I've got a community of folks who are just sort of left wandering the West End without anything right now.
Well, Councillor Knack, I also am involved in a couple developments right between the two hotels, or the three hotels along 111. So I'm well versed in that area as well myself. You know, and what I see as a better solution, which is one that we're working on providing in Saskatoon right now with a group of business people and community leaders, is a hub and spoke type of situation where you have supportive longer-term housing combined with short-term housing, but then easily accessible, closely knit nodes or spokes of services that are available to people, so they have the choice. And you know, they're close by, they're walkable, they don't have to take transit. It's a very sort of integrated system of providing people with close opportunity for help. And I'm not saying I know where to do it in Edmonton, but that's what we're working on.
Truly, anywhere in Edmonton, I would take it. Like, I mean, at this point, I am desperate for something. Any one of them, like, that's exactly, I agree with you. Like, I want that in every community right now. The problem is, our job is just the zoning, and so we've got zoning that exists in every residential area that would allow for that, and that's what I really would think would be best, because I agree with you. And so, but I keep coming back to that. I'm struggling what we do in the short term, because until that plan comes forward, which isn't before us today in this land use public hearing, I'm trying to figure out how we do better than what's happening right now.
This is a short-term solution.
Oh, yeah, agreed.
Unfortunately, and it's not going to, you know, have a positive effect on the neighborhood that it's being placed in, and it's not going to have a positive effect on the outcomes of the people that are going to be involved in the areas. It maybe, you know, I'd say not going to have a positive effect, because there are many positive effects that Hope Mission provides, but it's not going to solve the problems.
No,
and
I agree.
That's what this is about. It's coming up with smart solutions to solve problems.
Yeah.
And this is not a smart solution. This is warehousing people in an industrial park filled with semis, trucks, manufacturing facilities, and they have one option, and that's Hope Mission. And if they're banned or whatever the case may be, well, then they have nowhere to go. And so they're going to go in the neighborhood, and, you know, whatever happens at that time, and will have an effect on local business.
Yeah, and I guess the question is, because I see it now when I go through the areas that, you know, I go to the thrift store across from Costco, I go to the, you know, the wholesale liquidators not too far away from there. I see those same folks, and that's sort of where I'm like, yeah. So we are passionately agreeing. I'm just trying to figure out how we get. Unfortunately, today is not the land use public hearing on a new supportive housing, but I hope, and maybe for another day, would love to connect about how we advocate together to the province to get those proper solutions in place, because we've been speaking about that a lot as a city, but I think we need more support from property owners and the business community about those long-term solutions. But that's for another day, but love to chat separately from this conversation about that if you're willing.
Absolutely, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Awesome, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this raises an interesting discussion, because, as you know, housing, shelters, these are not city responsibilities, out of our lane, and we've been told repeatedly, stay in our lane. So our job tonight is just a land use decision All the other things that we're talking about are real, but out of our jurisdiction. So from a land use perspective, can you think of a reason based on land use why we should not approve this? That is not, well, I don't like that it's close to the Yellowhead because I live close to the Henday. You know, I'm not close to a library. You know, all the things that were mentioned, I looked at the map of my own home, it pretty much describes where I live. So from a land use perspective though, where do we go?
Well, from a land use perspective, you have to look at the area and how it was designed and designated in its, when it was built. And
Right.
it is an industrial park.
But
So
we can't, but to that point though, the reason we have these public hearings is to reconsider some of that.
correct. And, my other colleague in opposition made a very good point, is that this use is available currently on a limited basis.
Right.
And my suggestion would be if that, council is bent on, coming up with some kind of something, as Councillor Knack mentioned, by allowing a very, very large rezoning and a larger shelter, which is going to amplify potential issues. Maybe we just look at this as
Well,
it is
I
and
have
allow
to-
the land use in place.
Sorry, I have to pause that because that's speculation. We don't know what the impact will be because the other narrative is that this will reduce issues. So we can't even contemplate that, that part of the argument.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
I have the chair.
First of all, I really want to thank you for your compassion that you have, both of you have shown, and for your presentations. And I hear you on the suitability of the site. If there were other sites available compared to this site, absolutely, I understand that, right? So, but just from a context though, we've been advocating to the provincial government to increase shelter capacity in the city, even though shelters are not a long-term solution. But compared to Calgary, we only had 1/3 of the shelters available, and a lot of people were being forced to stay outside, even during the worst cold winter days. And now province has agreed to increase their shelter capacity to 1,700 so that people have at least warm place to go to, or whenever they need to go. But we don't have suitable places, or as suitable, right? So here we are, right? So Hope Mission is looking for a space. They found this space. So I hear you, but we are in that dilemma, right? So that's the struggle. But you heard from Hope Mission folks some of the things they're going to do to reduce the impact on the community. Do you feel that including those land uses within this rezoning will deal with some of your concerns that you have, such as access to health services, housing, transportation, and others?
Thank you. Yeah, while those are definitely the good things, our submission is the best way to sort of have your cake and eat it too, is to keep it to its originally zoned size. Your councillor colleague mentioned, we're here for planning issues and about compatible land uses. And while we're very concerned that the various methods that Hope Mission has said will reduce it, our submission is that those are going to become less and less effective as the numbers grow. It's an area that doesn't really, my colleague said, doesn't really fit in with the shelter, but they have it there as of right now, and that they are going to take some ameliorative steps. And everyone, Hope Mission is great, and I'm sure they're going to do an excellent job at those ameliorating steps because they always do. But as the numbers grow, those steps are going to become less and less and less effective. And so our concern is that those steps will be most effective if we keep it to that number. our concern is also, like, there's not an application for a development permit for a 120 bed item. That comes later. This is just about a zoning where the current zone has a limitation, but the new zoning has no limitation. And again, going back to, are there valid planning reasons, sticking to planning reasons why?
The current zoning has a limitation on the space, right?
Yes.
But
500 square meters, whereas the new zoning has no limitation on the space. The only limitation would be based on building code, fire code issues, which are different, but otherwise it could be as large as the fire code and occupancy permits would allow.
Yeah, we'll ask that with.
And that's a real concern for the client, is because now we know we've got a size limit, and that will help ameliorate and cause the balancing issues that we have to deal with, as opposed to no limit. And today they have a permit, but it's as of right. It's permitted use. We don't know what would be applied for 2 years from now. 2 years from now, it could be for a vastly larger shelter, and there would be we would not even hear about the permit, because it could be a Class A permit.
Yeah.
Might not even find out about it.
So under the old shelter model, which was a mat on the floor, house as many people as possible, they can probably accommodate more people within 500 square meter than 120 people. I don't know, we'll ask that question to Hope Mission folks, but their model is different now with, proper space for people to sleep, right? It's not a mat on the floor, it's actually a cot. Is it cot? What do you call it, right? Or what, it's not a mat program, it's a cot, right? It's kind of a bed that requires more space instead of a mat on the floor. There's more programming area that requires, so they probably may not be able to accommodate, they may actually accommodate less people under a new model, in a bigger space, or maybe accommodate more people under an old model of a cot system under 500 square meter. We'll ask that clarification to the Hope Mission, because they're moving toward more of a holistic approach to that. But thank you so much for joining us, appreciate it.
Thank you.
With that, I'll take the chair back. Okay, that concludes the questions to all of you. Now I will ask my council colleagues if they have questions to administration. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so my first question, in the report it didn't mention notification to any community leagues. So I know there was an enhanced program in terms of a radius, but was the Dovercourt Community League made aware of this rezoning?
It was not. It was outside of the area that we would typically notify within, so 750 meters from the site.
I thought it was, because even when Goodridge Corners, for example, was doing a rezoning, neighborhood, the Oxford, Cumberland, Community League. So I thought that community leagues that are adjacent are usually notified.
If there's a plan amendment, Councillor.
Okay, if there's a plan amendment, okay.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So we did do an expanded area. We looked at 120 meters notification.
Yeah,
rather than
but the
standard
community
60.
league, so the Dovercourt residents will likely have no idea that this is happening.
Correct, and again, that's because they're 750 meters away from the site.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess just to Mr. Johnson, just in terms of, I know we talk about when we're in these and we have to consider within a land use, and I really appreciated the second person speaking, Wakowicz, around, we're really talking about smaller or bigger. But even if Hope Mission's intent is 120 and having 24/7 service, having a transit available, having all of those things in place, we have to approve, if we remove that limitation, they could in theory do a MAT program, no? Or what is the maximum capacity of what is the fire code occupancy? Do we know that?
Yeah, Councillor, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know if we know fire code occupancy, but to answer your question generically, yes. As we advise all the time in these meetings, you are approving the entire suite of zones to their capacities.
Yeah.
That is what a rezoning is to a standard zone here. There's been a lot of focus on specific use, and of course, they allow a lot of flexibility responding to the public's comments and concerns. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you are simply talking that suite of permitted uses under the new zone.
Okay. But I guess I kind of go to that question that Councillor Principe asked originally to the Hope Mission about, can 120, so I guess I'm going to go back to, we've already, and I asked this question to the Hope Mission, we've already provided a development permit preceding this rezoning. So they already have the right to build out what they intend to do.
Councillor, we have permits on the site. However, the major development permit is currently under review, waiting for the rezoning. There are plumbing permits, electrical permits, and HVAC permits currently in place, so interior alterations that would be appropriate to approve for a different set of uses as well. So the development permit is currently under review and wouldn't be able to be approved for.
But the Hope Mission just said that, and this is where I've had this concern from folks in the area, as you know, that they have seen construction happening, and I guess maybe it's HVAC, whatever it is, but even when I asked that question to Hope Mission, their answer was that they're building it out as they fully intend to function it.
Understood. There are many functions in which those rooms could service, I guess would be my answer to that.
Okay.
You can install plumbing for a variety of reasons.
I guess the reason I'm getting to this line of questioning is because, like, if they have the right to do everything, and that table that's in there, it literally says like hotel is the only difference, really, like in terms of the uses, it says medical services, it says shelter, it says all, on both zones. That seems like the only difference is hotel and the square footage limitation for that. Why do we need to approve this if 120 units can already be accommodated in the current zone?
There are some additional uses in terms of standalone sales and services, things like that, that are also in the new suite of uses. We don't do an exhaustive list of all of the uses that are different. We focus on the ones that are showing the difference of the rationale behind which we're trying to build the case. In this situation, I would say that there are other examples across the city where we have put a similar zone, put this zone into an industrial area where there wasn't a specific concern being placed on the shelter, where there really wasn't any discussion about whether this would be appropriate because it was considered very compatible with the land uses adjacent to it.
Fair. Okay. I'll come back for another round.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, please.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, one of the earlier speakers got me thinking just in terms of, you know, whether we would have ever considered combining a few of the permitted uses under the current zoning. So maybe 500 square meters of, you know, sleeping space, shelter space, and then also having a permit for food services, health services. I'm assuming that was maybe explored but not pursued, given that it's sort of functioning as a single site?
Thank you. I don't know if it was pursued specifically. You'd have to go to the applicant for that. But what I would suggest is, given the compatibility that we found when we received the applications, I don't know that we would have suggested it be that way. I feel like that might be a much more complex way to break this down when it really is working as a cohesive unit.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I think I made a motion following the passing of our zoning bylaw that the motion was to limit future congregate shelter spaces. So, you know, I share some of the speakers' concerns around having larger congregate shelter spaces. So I believe that is a report coming back to us. Is that true?
That is my understanding as well.
Okay, so in terms of that question of future, so if we approve this rezoning, in the future they could come back and apply for a much larger space that could potentially be limited by new policy that we put in place in terms of limiting those facilities in the future. Is that the case?
And that is accurate.
Okay.
And again, they have expressed their intent to use the existing building, which is also
right, and they have a development permit
currently renovating
and building permits on that basis.
Yeah.
So in terms of a timeline, you know, there's some degree of certainty there, and just in terms of, you know, comparing this to other shelters that we may be familiar with, this is smaller than the existing Home Mission buildings closest to here. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think those are all my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. I guess kind of building on some of the similar questions around kind of existing versus the new zone. And in the report, you mentioned typical uses, but it wasn't an exhaustive list of all of that. And I think on page 2, talk about supportive housing, commercial, community services, and industrial. And earlier, Mr. Pasman talked about the zoning doesn't, is not the determining factor for how many spaces there is. Is that, so I just want to confirm that.
That's correct.
Right, and however, this rezoning sounds like it will make the minimum shelter standards / best practices more permissive. Is that
So
your
I
understanding
would
too?
suggest questions surrounding their ability to provide additional dignity or ways that they could go about that would best be directed to the applicant.
Okay, yeah, I sort of thought of that afterwards. And then, so I guess, and if I heard correctly earlier too, that why not go with the current zoning versus the new zones? Also, there's a day center component which falls under the community services use. Is that?
They're all under the year-round shelter model, the year-round definition.
It's not a separate thing.
Correct.
And I'm just wondering if you can kind of describe a bit of what else is kind of around that area. What would you say, are there other shelters in West End that you know of?
I'm not aware of where the next closest shelter is,
Okay.
Councillor.
And then what about other permanent supportive housing in that neck of woods?
Again, I'm not aware of the next closest one.
Okay.
I'm aware of there are some in neighboring communities outside of the industrial area.
Right. So it's not the only thing. It's not only thing there, but it's some of it you do have to kind of go out of the neighborhood. Okay, that is I think all I had, and if there's an opportunity, I may go back to the speaker, but we'll see. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thanks for the report. Just to check, do we know how large the current building is? I mean, I've been by it a million times. But
Approximately 1,600 meters, give or take.
1,600 square meters?
Yes.
Okay, so if they built out to the max, so you'd be about triple of what's currently permitted. Okay. And that's not necessarily guaranteed. Some of it could be office space, some of it could be other spaces, but nevertheless, it's there. Just maybe a little bit to your other point, and again, I appreciate Mr. Johnson has given us a lot of leeway because that's not really what we're debating. So to that point, I guess I just want to double check. I did a quick scan on the City of Edmonton Maps website. The CB zoning is sort of widespread through a lot of industrial areas like this, including, in fact, almost immediately diagonal to this site on the west side of 149th Street and Yellowhead Trail, and then on the other side of Yellowhead Trail. But I mean, I think about the industrial areas that I represent further west. CB zoning is scattered throughout. That's not an uncommon use in industrial areas.
That's correct. I can think of one in Youngstown as well, like just thinking of ones that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah. Whether or not we should have a broader conversation about shelters, that's not before, yeah, that's less before us today about is that an appropriate, the right use in CB, but that's currently a zone that we've supported in a widespread way across industrial parks in the city.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pickett. The Councillor Tang already had it on.
Okay, all right. Okay, not that it will affect my decision, but I am curious. The province funds shelters, housing, that sort of thing. They see a need. Every year we say, oh, is everyone surprised winter's coming? And there's never enough shelter spaces. So this looks like them getting ahead of it, I don't know. But if they wanted to set up a shelter in any municipality, presumably they would go through the municipality to get that permission, but ultimately they can write legislation that allows them to do it anyway. Is that right?
There has been past scenarios where the province has created regulations to exempt spots from municipal planning.
Yeah. And again, that's not going to affect my decision today, but I think we should probably put that out just as an acknowledgement, the fact that if this is a shelter and it's not actually within our wheelhouse, there's a lot of conversation here that really has little to do with the land use itself, and that's what I'm focused on. Okay.
I think, to be fair, we have no indication of that.
Yeah,
And an
no,
applicant does
absolutely
have a valid proposal in front of you.
Yeah, it's just, I remember last year they were looking for spaces and they said, we want to do this. And so as a municipality, we could either help them or not help them. And because it was a request from another order of government, we did help them. Okay. All right, just getting that straight in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I
I just have one quick question, a legal one. Again, does the lack of capacity for spaces for sheltering people who are houseless can be considered in this decision? Because this is a place where shelter will be provided. We all know that citywide there's a lack of capacity.
Mr. Mayor, I always try and elevate it back up a bit.
Yeah.
Council can validly consider the proportion of any use in an area or in a neighborhood or lack thereof. So if you feel there is a limitation on shelter space and there's a proposal before you that would provide a greater opportunity for the shelter use, that's a valid consideration.
Yeah, even though it may not be the ideal position. I mean, that's
Council decides whether it is ideal or good enough or inappropriate.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I will, Councillor Tang, you have more questions? Okay, can you take off yourself off the list, please, if you don't mind? You can. Councillor Stevenson, keep the chair. I'll move this additional round.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you. That's carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you, and I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I actually have a few questions to Ms. Petrin. I think Councillor Knack brings up a point, and I know it's not before us, but I am contemplating a subsequent. So again, I can ask questions in contemplation of a subsequent.
Yes, if they're land use based, yep.
Yep. The CB zone, as rightfully pointed out by Councillor Knack, is in scattered throughout several industrial areas. Which, I know this is a nuanced conversation because not all industrial areas are created the same, but some are medium, heavy industrial. At what point is there, should we be having a conversation similar to how we have with some of our zoning bylaw around businesses in residential, that they can be adjacent to other businesses, but not, is this a conversation that needs to happen? Or how would you recommend that we have that conversation?
So the CB zone, business commercial zone, generally within industrial areas, you'll see it at the edges of those industrials along collector or arterial roads, with the medium and higher intensity industrial in behind it. But if the concern from council is around the range of uses within a zone, then, direction from council to explore that.
Yeah, and I don't want to limit the range of uses in a CB zone in a place that is adjacent to a resident, on the corner of a residential neighborhood. I think about their CB zones in Calder. I wouldn't want to necessarily limit, but this seems different with, like I said, the 18-wheelers, hundreds of them going in and out of this area a day. Some don't even have sidewalks in industrial areas, those kind of things. I just feel like it's a very different feel.
And if I'm understanding correctly, you're specific about the use class for that around shelter spaces and that opportunity within the commercial zone. So then that would be likely a motion to administration to explore that or to provide options and analysis around that kind of use within a zone. I will flag that there was a subsequent zone to the zoning bylaw. Councillor Stevenson had mentioned it, but it was more around the size of the space, not so much whether the use was included in a zone or not. So similar but different in terms of what you're trying to.
Yeah, and mine would be okay. I'll maybe message you, see if we can think about something around that. I guess I just want to go to administration for one more. So when I look at the planning report and it talks about the reasons for supporting from administration, it says supports redevelopment and intensification of industrial lands. And it also talks about supportive housing, but supportive housing isn't, just again confirming, not allowed. Like we've talked about, residential is not appropriate. Any kind of residential is not appropriate in an industrial zone.
Yes, that would not be typically something we would include in our industrial
Okay.
zones, unless again it was for a hotel conversion or something where there had been something on the edge.
Okay. And you mentioned about being adjacent. Why is being adjacent to the Yellowhead Freeway corridor?
Access to goods and services, like the shelter services are also in need of things being delivered in large quantities.
Okay,
so,
okay, that's a good,
yeah.
I appreciate that perspective. I hadn't thought about that. Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration, to proponents, opponents on any new information arising out of our previous discussion. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, a question for Mr. Pasma, if you don't mind coming down.
Then please, can you come down?
I guess I'm just curious, what would you do if this rezoning is denied? Would you still, continue on with plans for shelters, given that you're already allowed to do so, you're allowed to have medical services? I guess what would be different?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We would plan on still carrying on with the shelter. As I mentioned, we did not intend to make this shelter a mega shelter by any means. We wanted to provide more spacing, more dignity, and more space for wraparound supports. So we would continue with the shelter.
But the rezoning, would you say it allows you to kind of do that best practices or the standards? If this were denied, you would come move ahead with your shelter plan, but just without some of those capacity because of, yeah.
Yes, that's correct. We would have to limit some of the wraparound supports and some of the spacing, and make it work within what we have authorized to work within.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and that earlier there was one speaker mentioned that some of your wraparound service would not necessarily kind of grow if the shelter capacity grows. But my understanding is that you're aiming for 120, and does that mean your health and social services will accommodate? Kind of that's what it will accommodate, right? Like.
Yes. So we've developed the shelter and the shelter model around what we feel like is a very appropriate staff to client ratio, based on having the right amount of health services and housing staff on site. And so we would be planning to have 120 spaces regardless of whether this moves forward or not.
It's just a matter of kind of quality of those conditions, I guess.
That's correct.
And then you have mentioned that you will be providing transportation kind of on your own. Like I'm kind of imagining like, a smaller bus or van that would kind of take people to the various amenities. So that fills the kind of the transit gap.
Yes, we currently have 2 24-passenger buses that we use for transportation. So we have that in place. We have the drivers in place, and it would be no problem for us to enhance that transportation that we're providing to that site.
Okay, I did not know that. Are you using that for your other sites then?
We've been operating one of those buses for transportation for, I want to say, around 6 months or so. Yeah.
Great, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Salvador.
My question was answered.
Councilor Rutherford.
Yeah, just a quick question to the Hope Mission. Regardless of the outcome of the decision today, Can I get a commitment to have better communication as the ward councillor for this area?
That's something that we can definitely consider moving forward. We did try to reach out, but
Once the public hearing date was already set, so I can't
right. So
accept
that would
meetings.
be our mistake. I didn't understand that would. So
Yeah, so but I think
yes.
on an ongoing basis, so if, for example, I'm hearing from a business that's having issues, there's a commitment there to work with my office and me on any kind of kinks that need to be worked out operationally as this moves forward?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Okay, just one Councillor Stevenson, can you take?
I have the chair.
Just one question to the legal, if this should be factored into our land use consideration. City developed minimum standard shelter standards, right, which is about, 24/7 services, eating areas, accessibility, inclusion, space for couples, barrier-free access, gender, neutral washrooms, like all those things that create a place, a dignified place, somewhat a dignified place, because shelter will never be dignified places to the level that people would expect, right, other than housing. But we developed those standards. Should those standards be considered as part of land use planning or approval of zoning?
Mr. Mayor, the quality of the developments and the potential for improved quality of development coming before you is a valid land use consideration.
Okay.
So to that sense, if we can elevate the development in the city, absolutely before you.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much for that. Okay, cool. I will take the chair back. This concludes the questions on new information. Can someone move closing the public hearing on this bylaw, please? Councillor Knack?
Sure, yeah, I'd happy to move.
Of course, I totally forgot.
Unless Councillor Rutherford wants to move it,
No, Councillor Knack is moving it.
then I'm moving it, yes.
Second by Councillor Tang. Okay. All right, please vote for closing of the public hearing.
We have our vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I can move first reading of Charter Bylaw 20842.
Second.
All right, we have the first reading of this bylaw on the floor. At this time, I will open the floor for council members to speak. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I think I found myself in this debate today, and my colleagues asked some excellent questions, going back and forth. Agreeing with various speakers on both sides. I think both made excellent points, and I think both highlight the really challenging situation we're in, where this is probably not our perfect location, but however, we're not in a position where we can make perfect the enemy of the good enough, especially when we're talking about critical care for members of our community who, yes, shelters should not be in industrial parks, but people should not also be in shelters. They should be in housing and homes. So I think on balance, I think there's a lot of, in this specific land use question here, there's some good value adds being brought forward by the proponent that I think justify the merit of the rezoning. And I'm prepared to support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the conversation today, and for the work of the applicants and for our city administration and the speakers as well. It is hard to get very excited about this application in some ways. I agree with the comments that what we need to be looking for is longer term, more durable solutions in the form of permanent supportive housing. That said, this is a service that we need right now as we start to bring more permanent supportive housing online. Much has been said about the location. I agree. This area isn't ideal in terms of access to services. appreciate the mitigation that's being offered there in terms of some of the transportation. It's certainly not where I want to see long-term solutions going forward at all. But again, for now, I'd also highlight in terms of location, I want to acknowledge that this location works towards our stated objectives as a city to ensure that there are services being provided in every corner of the city. And so for that, I do appreciate that there is a move to serve those who are in the West End who may not feel comfortable coming downtown. So in that sense, you know, that's another side of the location, I suppose. I am heartened to hear about the plans and the designs for this space that Hope Mission has brought forward. Having the dedicated day space is really critical. 24/7 means 24/7. Spaces that are closed for cleaning for a number of hours during the day, people where people don't have space other than lying in their bunk to be, for me, isn't meeting the spirit and intent of our minimum shelter standards. So I'm really pleased to hear about the great efforts that are happening in this space to ensure that there is that community space being provided. I think that helps to mitigate some of the impacts to surrounding communities as well. This conversation has made me really reflect further on the subsequent motion I had made with zoning bylaw around limiting the maximum size of congregate shelter spaces. And it does make me reflect on the importance of separating out those pieces, sleeping areas versus the programming and community spaces as well. So I will be supporting this. I think, again, we can continue to advocate and push for longer term solutions for Edmontonians who need it. That will serve all Edmontonians by making our community a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, I will be supporting the application today. You know, no one ever says shelter is the solution to homelessness. Absolutely. And you know, I was very, I was actually really, I think, moved by the presentations from speakers in opposition. And quite frankly, we have dedicated so much time on this huge challenge that not only Edmonton's facing, but across the country. We have a housing and homelessness emergency. We have a task force. We've invested so much money in building permanent supportive housing at a time when province doesn't even step up. So do we want to see housing solutions? Absolutely. Does that mean we're going to kind of forget about all the other solutions on the table? No. And we've also heard that in the absence of this application, plans for shelter will continue, but maybe in less dignifying way to serve the people. And I heard from the speakers in opposition that dignity is a huge component of this. So, I will be supporting this, and thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang. Oh, sorry, Councillor Tang. Oh, you sorry, what I'm talking about. So, Councillor Knack. Councillor Knack is going to close, so he's the mover. Now, Councillor Tang, can you take off your you still go back to you. I know why. East Crab is asking you to speak often today, right? Now I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, all other conversation aside, is this an appropriate land use? The answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I wish it was as straightforward as a simple yes or no, but as with many things that we deal with, it's not a simple yes or no, and I think that there are land use considerations, including, as Mr. Johnson pointed out, the operation of how this shelter functions, and elevating that use is also part of land use consideration. So I think that it's important to recognize that. I don't see it as straightforward, cut and dry. I absolutely was heartened to hear Hope Mission's presentation and all of the great work they're going to do, but I really got focused on the question before us today is, because, and I'll have a subsequent related to whether I think these kind of things should be in industrial zones or not writ large, but the question before us and what is available today is, should it be a small shelter or a large shelter? And I really like the way that that was broken down. And I would much prefer to see, and especially since there is 120 beds that would happen in the current zone, I would much rather see the smaller shelter function first and see how it functions. We have to approve not based on what operational intent is, but what is the highest use that could be allowable within that zone. And based on the questions, that's actually potentially 3 times higher. And I think about, you know, again, I don't want to get political, but maybe get a little bit political. If there's more people that are unhoused, and the provincial government's looking for space, and they're the funder of this organization, and they're looking for more ability to put people in a shelter, we can't guarantee that this dignified approach is going to stay within this. So I, for those reasons, cannot support it. Not that I don't support the Hope Mission, and I look forward to working in partnership with the Hope Mission. I want to come and see the shelter when it opens up. I'm excited to welcome those neighbors to the community. But I think for me, you know, all things considered and some of the bigger conversation we'd have, I'd much rather see the smaller shelter than give all the developmental rights up to beyond what would be allowable with our minimal shelter standards still being in place. So I'm gonna say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I think we all know that real solutions to ending houselessness is building more affordable and supportive housing, and this government is committed to, this council is committed to doing that with the support of our provincial partners and the federal partners and partnership with nonprofit sector. We are on our way to building close to 8,000 additional housing units over the next few years, along with, on top of what private sector will deliver for market housing and keeping that market affordability. But we also know that we have a crisis in our communities and we can't build housing fast enough because of resources and other barriers. In the meantime, more and more people are falling into houselessness because of poverty, because of other challenges. So shelters play a critical role in supporting in the interim until we have housing available. So they are a necessity. But I think this council, ever since we got elected, we have also been pushing our shelter providers to step up and implement minimum shelter standards. And this proposal, this is what is in front of us, actually delivers on that. It is very important that shelters are focused, housing-focused approaches to service delivery, that they're open 24 hours and 7 days, that they include separate eating area and day spaces, that they're accessible to people, they welcome people from different backgrounds and provide that inclusive space, including space for couples and barrier-free and gender-neutral washrooms and showers, or a range of other embedded support services and connections to services. And this site will provide that. This is something that we have been asking. Now, this is a provider that is stepping up to do that. And it elevates the quality of services in the city that we all expect. So I think this is a good land use to support without not having a zoning approved. The kind of services that vulnerable populations need will not be provided to the level that Hope Mission wishes to do so. And I think we need to keep that in mind as we make this decision. With that, I'll take the chair back and I'll go to Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I feel like I want to sort of combine Councillor Paquette's one sentence close and Councillor Rutherford's piece, because yeah, from purely a land use perspective, I have no concern with the CB use in this area. That is a zone that we have used throughout the city. The only reason it, say, got more attention is because we do actually know what the intent is, which we don't always do when zoning like this comes before us in industrial areas. And so I think Councillor Rutherford's points are very fair, in that really we are debating whether we should have a smaller shelter with a smaller number of beds at that minimum standards or a larger one. And so of those two options, I'm going to choose the one that gets more service or more people served. But I, like the speakers in opposition, I'm going to say, and similar to your comments, Mayor Sohi, this is like, of all of the options available in the short term, I feel like we're debating between the worst two of them. And let me explain what I mean. So I have CB zoning along the south side of 111th Avenue, running from 149th to 156, which includes a bunch of motels that now for 10 years have become a spot where the province just drops people off after they get, in some cases, from what I understand, after they've served time or maybe had significant treatments. But those motels have no service. They're just dropped in a bed. Like the actual better option that I'd love to be debating is, can we actually convert those into proper spaces, because it's actually a little more connected to Everett's, the services, better transit access, and it would actually address the issues of the residents who have lived in High Park for as long as I've been on council and unfortunately before that. But that's not before us. On top of that, like, again, we're dealing with even that, though, would still be a short-term solution. So like this is the frustration, and I appreciate a bit of the latitude to talk about this, because we're solely talking about land use, but since it was raised and since we know the intent, we should be speaking up. And so my ask and is the same ask I made when our speakers in opposition came to Mr. Curley, to Mr. Walkowitz, to Mr. Pasma in favor, to Ms. Pollard in support. Like, we all need to get together and then go advocate to the order of government who can create the proper solutions, because that's not what we were debating at all today. And that's the frustrating part. So we're left debating an imperfect solution. So my hope is that we use this opportunity, this meeting today before us, to then all of us come together, because whether you were in support or opposition, I think we all understand this isn't actually going to be the thing that helps address the fundamental challenges that every speaker raised today. And unfortunately, we're not the order of government that can actually solve that. We've been trying to fill in gaps. We're going to keep doing what we can, but we need some help. So my ask, happy to engage, and I appreciate that this particular development we're talking about is within the ward that Councillor Rutherford represents, and I'm speaking a little bit of frustration from residents in the ward I represent, and how this has all been playing out. But would love to figure out a better way than this. But in the meantime, yes, this zone in my mind is a reasonable zone, and looking forward to having a subsequent motion to support. But I hope if I could have one takeaway today, because I know it's supposed to be land use, I hope our takeaway is, for everyone here who registered to speak, let's all work together on the proper solutions, so that we don't have to have another public hearing like this where we're debating two imperfect solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that concludes the closing remarks. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Point of order. I did not vote yet.
My apologies. I wasn't showing on my side, so we are refreshing it. We have all the vote.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 20842.
Okay, need a second by Councillor Stevenson. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading for Charter Bylaw 20842.
Second?
Okay, please vote for consideration.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20842.
Second?
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, carrying on to our next item, which is, subsequent?
Subsequent,
Okay,
yes.
please go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
So thank you. So that administration, as part of the City of Edmonton Minimum Emergency Shelter Standards Review, provide a report on limiting the location of temporary shelters in the community services use class in the business commercial zone, due August 27th, 2024, Urban Planning Committee.
Councillor Knack, you want to second that?
Sure, second.
Thank you.
So I'd be very brief with my.
Please make the introduction.
Yeah. So just being very brief, I think we all know the intent of this. I didn't need to put industrial because administration has confirmed they know the intent. The reason it could come back so soon is because they're already doing the work, and this could be complementary to that report. So I think it's a win-win and allows us to have that discussion. So.
Thank you. So please, Councillor Stevenson, you have a question on this?
I guess I'm a bit hesitant, to be honest. I'm wondering, my memory is that shelter opportunities were, and the community service use were expanded in the business commercial zone in order to respond to urgent housing needs. Is my memory correct?
So the equivalent CB zone in the old zoning bylaw had that opportunity as well. It wasn't necessarily expanded, it was carried over, but there was a general understanding as we expanded those opportunities throughout the zoning bylaw to allow for those additional opportunities in different spots that weren't contemplated before.
Okay, and I assume that there was some thorough analysis when the addition of that use was contemplated to those zones?
Yes, and that is also part of the reason why that can be brought forward in such quick order, is that we're also looking at some of the other zones as well.
Okay, so the work is completed, and do you anticipate a different recommendation coming from that additional analysis?
Well, part of the work is completed. The work that the motion is looking to have done, we would do some additional analysis in terms of confirming or reconfirming some of those past assumptions.
And what would the additional workload be on that?
It'd be manageable within our current workload, that we wouldn't have to juggle any of the other priorities or due dates for the other reports or motions that were made out of the zoning bylaw public hearing.
Okay, and do you feel it would add value to have that conversation?
It would.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, just curious, to the mover, is the intent of the motion that the report comes back and gives, the report comes back in order to limit the location of temporary shelters, or to sort of discuss simply the options or ramifications of doing so?
Yeah, I think the implication of limiting, and if we need to consider, I think the intent of my motion is what, if any, contextual factors do we need to consider around limiting? Like Councillor Knack mentioned, the CB zone is everywhere, and I would say 9.5 out of 10 places it makes good sense, but is there 0.5 places that it wouldn't make good sense? So
yeah, so if we include implications of limiting the location, that you will consider that friendly, right?
if that's what Councillor Paquette is suggesting.
Just for clarity would be great.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So if you could include that before limiting, implications of limiting. Okay. All right. That is it. Want to speak to this, Councillor? Okay, please vote.
We have what a vote.
Sorry, display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Now we go to item 3.12, tax amendment. Item 3.12. Charter bylaw 20775, zoning bylaw tax amendments to minimum tree requirements for small scale residential development. I'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Charter bylaw 20775 represents an amendment to the minimum tree requirements for small scale residential development. Next slide, please. This proposed charter bylaw before Council today is in response to the October 16th to 23rd, 2023 motion from City Council public hearing that administration prepare amendments to subsection 311 of section 5.6 of Charter Bylaw 20,001 by deleting where the site width is less than 8 meters, 1 tree and 4 shrubs, and replacing it with where the site width is less than 8 meters, 2 trees and 4 shrubs. Next slide, please. The adoption of Zoning Bylaw 20,001 resulted in a decrease of the minimum tree requirements from 2 trees to 1 tree for developments on sites less than 8 meters in width. This change was informed by a number of factors that included the low compliance reflected in administration's review of low-density residential properties, negative impacts on tree health due to insufficient root space, and constraints on homeowners' use of their amenity space for elements such as planters, gardens, outdoor seating areas, or play areas for children may not be possible. Next slide, please. In the context of the RS small-scale residential zone, where there is a rear detached garage, the modeling generally indicates that there is limited space for 2 trees in the front yard. If 2 trees were to be required for these sites, one would need to be placed at the back. Where there is a front attached garage, the modeling indicates that the front yard is generally more limited, but 2 trees could be planted in the rear yard. Scenarios where trees would be required to be planted in the rear may restrict options for how the backyard is used. Next slide, please. In the context of the RSF small-scale flex residential zone, where there is a single detached house with an attached garage or rear detached garage, the modeling indicates that there is generally less room for 2 trees. These sites may accommodate up to 1 tree with a maximum spread of 3.7 meters or 2 trees with smaller canopies. These scenarios also significantly impact a resident's ability to utilize their backyard. It also limits the species of tree types that have a good chance of survival to smaller canopy species such as column or aspens. Other considerations include the location of water and gas lines that would also impact viable planting locations. Next slide, please. While acknowledging the importance of aligning with the city plan's objective of planting 2 million new urban trees, it is essential to balance this with the city's redevelopment goals and ensuring that regulations and processes remain efficient and practical. In the context of small-scale residential development, it is suggested that the focus be on ensuring that each tree can thrive, rather than maximizing the number of trees in a limited space. It is the position of administration that the proposed amendment may not achieve its intended outcome. Administration does not recommend that City Council approve this charter bylaw. Next slide, please. That concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Now we will go to members of the public signed in favor. Yeah. Nathan Binema to answer questions only from Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. Are you there, Nathan? And Rocky Firo joining remotely now.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks.
Go ahead, Rocky. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Go ahead, please. You are muted. Here we go.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can hear me now.
Yes, we
Thank
can.
you very much. All right. Let me just try to get back to my notes. My notes say to thank you. I'm in support of bylaw 2775, zoning bylaw text amendment. I want to see the text amendment to read where the site width is less than 8 meters, 2 trees and 4 shrubs. Landscaping and trees must be cheered as champions in times of biodiversity loss and climate change, And I hope I don't lose you all by saying maybe even more than the Oilers need to be cheered. Effective landscaping regulations contribute so much to functional green infrastructure, along with all the environmental, social, and economic benefits. Preserving mature trees and planting new ones must be a key design element of good infill. I don't believe this text amendment goes far enough to ensure we get deeper soils, keep more water from running straight into the river, but it is an improvement. When 2 trees are planted, 2 trees have the chance of growing and serving us in times of climate change and biodiversity loss. I live on a lot that is less than 8 meters, 8 meters being 26.25 feet. My lot's just 25 feet. I've planted 3 extra trees in the back and now have a ginkgo, an evergreen, and a large apple, plus 6 shrubs. In the front, I have 2 trees and more than 4 shrubs, and I still have plenty of room for sun-loving vegetables. Part of this is from good design, and luckily my neighbors and I all agreed not to have sun-blocking fences. So I think we can make tree houses, play spaces. We can find inventive ways to find the amenities we need, help people comply, and help developers design well. So I don't think it's good to lower the standards. I've read the excellent submissions by Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition and by the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society and the Scona District Community Council and Park Allen, and I support their very detailed and excellent submissions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Rocky. Now we'll open up for questions from council members. Okay, thank you so much for joining us. We'll go on to see if Bob Breve is joining us from North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society in opposition to the text amendment.
Mayor Sohi, I'm sorry, I was late to click in. I just had
sorry, you have, sorry, Councillor, right? I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, Rocky, I have concerns with the two tree requirements there, like given the visuals that administration provided. Do you think most people are aware of how big a tree grows? And I'm asking this seriously because to try to fit 2 trees on the space that I'm seeing with admin's presentation.
I say, help them do the right thing, help the developers do the right thing. Let's keep raising standards. Let's keep raising the bar rather than lowering it and assume that people don't understand or assume that people can't be inventive. I certainly had no difficulties. I think, yeah, I have faith, despite my reputation as a misanthrope, I have faith in people to do the right thing. So I say, let's not lower the standards. You know, a tree might fail. People might realize they overplanted, but many people might be able to do the right thing, and it's definitely going to be good for us in times of climate change and biodiversity loss. So yeah, infill, we don't want crappy infill. We want good infill, and we want good landscaping requirements. You know, and again, like I said, this doesn't go as far as it needs to. We need deeper soil. We need to keep water out of the sewers. We need to keep more on site. So yeah, let's send the signal that we're raising the bar, not lowering it. Thanks.
Okay, I'll think on that. Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wright. So that concludes questions to you, Rocky. Now we'll ask if Bob Breve is joining us from North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society in opposition to text amendment. Bob, are you there? There you are. I see you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm here. So first of all, thanks for letting us talk, and I appreciate the. This is a wicked planning problem, right? You try to do multiple good things at the same time, and it's very difficult. So I appreciate the problem you end up with here. Whether the Edmonton River Valley Conservation or the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society likes the idea of more trees, an additional tree, I would say. But we have some reservations that wouldn't wouldn't suggest that you not do it, but some things we need to think about. So first of all, when we plant, and Rocky talked a little bit about this, when you plant trees or any landscaping, you need to have an adequate amount of soil and good quality soil, and probably a deeper quality, a deeper amount of soil to fight climate change than we've ever had before. So if the implementation process that you guys adopt requires that of developers, that would help for sure. The review process, when you approve the landscaping, needs to include a tree arborist to look at the trees themselves and the landscape text. And I could be wrong, but I don't believe that happens today. But so these are, and the additional tree, as Rocky said, would help. But I guess our reservation to some extent is how, when you take these 25-foot, 26, whatever size lots and multiply them across the city, and you can see in those schematics, the houses are occupying the vast majority of it. So what happens is that the water that would normally flow into the water table from in permeable surfaces like backyards and the trees would soak up some of that water. That water is now being directed into the sewers, which goes into the storm sewers. It gets directed into the storm system management, so into the storm ponds, and ultimately it goes into the river valley. And that's where the rubber hits the road for us. Maybe that's the wrong analogy, but because as climate change effects get more extreme, where we get more extreme weather events, all of that extra lost permeable surfaces replaced by impervious surfaces will mean that the water is going to be flooded into the river valley, potentially compromising the bank, potentially flooding the river valley during extreme weather events. So in the long run, we're interested in maintaining, protecting, and preserving our natural heritages in the river valley. And the development scenario that we see in front of us on this particular one may result in more water will result in more water being directed into the river valley ultimately, and compromising its ecological integrity. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm prepared to answer any. So in summary, am I supportive of the additional trees? Yes. I think it may help a little bit, but the whole development scenario that's in front of us is going to create problems for the river valley. And by that, I mean the way we're increasing density. And there are some options to help with that, but I won't go into that because my time is running out. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
I think you summarized, because I want to just ask you this question. I heard everything you said, but just setting the table here. We're talking about one tree or two trees. We're not talking about everything else you said, and I appreciate why you shared it. But you registered in opposition, so I just want to ask it one more time. Do you want one tree or two trees? That's sort of my question, noting everything else you've said.
So when I registered, I said I was in support, but I had some reservations. And
so then they told you had to register, yeah. Okay.
So I didn't register that way. In fact, I was told if I didn't give them pick one of those two, and I could only pick the opposed one, I would be suspended from participating. So
it's the pain of the public hearing formality. So what I've heard is that for the item that we're discussing today, which is, do we ask for one tree or two trees? It would be your organization's perspective that you would like two trees.
Two trees is better, but it's weak teeth, quite frankly.
I appreciate everything. I just wanted to ask that one real quick, because that's what that's the only thing we're going to be voting on today. So I wanted to be very clear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I should have asked of the previous speaker as well, but you know, the modeling shows a trade-off in the space that's provided on site. Is there any ecological preference? Is it better to have more trees than more shrubs? Can you speak to that at all?
I would suggest you ask your arborist that, my preference is the trees, what they do is they give a canopy, right?
Right.
So, and that helps with the urban heat islands. So I think we're better off with more trees than shrubs, but quite frankly, shrubs you can plant anywhere.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes the questions to you. Thank you so much, Bob, joining us. Nice to see you. Now we will go to questions to administration. Councillor Rutherford, you exempted this. You want to start?
Sure. I guess just as a first question, so I appreciate the report. And on page 2, though, you're talking about the landscaping requirement review. And this is, I think, one of the reasons why this motion came up in the first place, is I was worried about the unintended consequences of, I think there's a strong preference for deciduous over coniferous. And you can see that in the site compliance, that 41 sites did have a deciduous tree, but only 17 sites had a coniferous tree. And so it was more from a biodiversity perspective that I was thinking about, because yes, you say, okay, you can have one tree and you can pick coniferous or deciduous. I guarantee you 9 out of 10 are going to pick a coniferous, or no, a deciduous, sorry. So I guess, what are administration's thoughts on that from like a biodiversity perspective?
Well, our opinion is that the difference between deciduous and coniferous, and in the context of only one tree being required, the zoning bylaw serves as a baseline, as a minimum standard. And so if we're going into the conversation about trying to be concerned with biodiversity, the alternate argument that we kind of propose within this report is that if you force people to plant 2 trees, at some point it's likely, apparently, according to our analysis, that one of them is going to go down. And like you said, most likely the coniferous one is going to be the one that goes down.
Well, I mean, with the modeling, I thought was interesting, because you're like, all the shrubs are 1.5 meters and all the trees are 3 meters.
Yes.
So I want to just put that context in the modeling.
Sure.
So you were basically like, what's the biggest shrub that we could put in this place?
Well,
No, in the modeling?
Not
Because
quite.
I have an infill.
Yes.
And I have 4 shrubs and 2 trees, one coniferous and one deciduous. And I can tell you they're not 3 meters. And even if they're in full maturity, they won't be 3 meters or 1.5 meters for the shrubs.
So I would say my response to that is related to choice in terms of what is done with people's open space. And so our report isn't necessarily saying that it is not possible to, like Rocky, one of the speakers today, mentioned, to design it in such a way that it might be possible for more than one tree to survive. That really isn't the case that we're trying to make here. The case is that the zoning bylaw is meant to be a baseline. There's a certain, at one point we didn't even have minimum landscaping requirements for small-scale residential. And upon, just from a practicality standpoint, human behavior, even though that may not be a land use consideration, we as administration, and again, in balance with all the other objectives that we're trying to do in terms of using our existing infrastructure and infill targets, this was, our recommendation is still non-support, but it isn't, our findings aren't necessarily concluding that it is impossible to provide 2 trees.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, can you remind me, in the zoning bylaw currently, sites over 8 meters require?
Correct. So sites over 8 meters in width require 2 trees and 4 shrubs.
Okay.
6 shrubs, sorry, between 8 meters.
2 trees and 6 shrubs
Correct.
over 8 meters?
Yes.
And before, in the previous zoning bylaw, it was under 10 meters was four shrubs and 2 trees.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I'll leave my questions there. I want to listen to my colleagues' questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I wanted to follow up on some of the stats that were included around the review of the 138 low density. So a few questions there. Were those 138 low density residential infill properties ones that were less than 8 meters, or this was just a general sampling of 138 infill?
I believe it was just a general sampling of low density, smaller scale infill.
Okay, and then am I understanding that 85 of those sites had no trees whatsoever?
Yes.
So that seems like a much larger problem, because at the time that those would have been developed, there would have been a requirement for 2 trees.
Yes.
So could you help me understand what that gap is? I know we're talking about the regulations today, but I think...
Sure. Unlike bigger scale developments, administration doesn't require a landscaping security. So that's one of the biggest incentives that exist, but more appropriately exist for those large scale developments because they have bigger impacts. Really the gap is providing a regulatory environment that people are going to be able to comply with, but also set the bar high enough that it meets our overall objectives as a city. Mm-hmm. So finding that balance has been a challenge, and certainly, it's, again, our analysis shows that some of them have 0 trees. And we also have limitations on how long they need to maintain those trees for. Mm-hmm. And then once that elapses, it's a bit more difficult to enforce.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I think that's something to consider. I mean, I think the other piece that comes to mind when the modeling was done, that is assuming sort of a very standard, particularly like a lot depth as well. Sometimes sites can be a bit longer and could potentially easily accommodate two trees.
Yes, so the modeling contemplates a typical 25-foot wide lot, but yes, depth, if there's more depth to a site, definitely possible to have trees installed in a way that residents would be willing to keep.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Okay, and then is there ever a conversation around shrubs versus trees? I think the rationale around trees, we spent a lot of time talking about canopy, urban heat island, all the rest. I'm not as clear of the ecological benefits of shrubs. Just wondering, is that more a beautification thing, or is that informed by our biodiversity objectives?
That particular question wasn't a part of our analysis. Really, it was just to answer the motion specific to raising the 2 trees. But certainly it's a conversation we are having internally, and one we can possibly bring back some more information on. But that was not part of this report before you today in this charter bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I'll listen to some other questions from colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I guess I'm curious what engagement was done with professional arborists, foresters, biologists regarding the viability of 1 versus 2 trees and what they had to say around spacing, crowding. Yeah, I just think it's important that we, at least for me, want to center their expertise in this conversation.
Most of the engagement related to the landscaping requirements for small-scale residential was done during a zoning bylaw renewal. We did do a internal circulation to our arborists as well. But generally, the finding was that planting 2 smaller trees in a limited space it creates competition for sunlight, water, and nutrients. It creates an environment that doesn't allow for them, or creates an environment that potentially doesn't allow for them to thrive.
Okay, and that is coming directly from sort of City of Edmonton professional arborists.
Yes, we engaged our landscape technicians on that.
Okay, that's helpful. And I guess that played into administration's recommendation of non-support, correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
I also wanted to ask, this is, I think, related. I think about not just the number of trees, but the quality and the longevity of the trees that are being planted. What do we have in place for requirements around, I guess, the types?
Oh, just in general. Yeah, So our zoning bylaw does have regulations around the types of plants that are allowed to be or must be used under subsection 8.4 of our landscaping regulations. And basically it says plant material must be hardy to Edmonton. They must meet horticultural standards for the Canadian nursery stock standard, and we have a link to that in our zoning bylaw.
Apologies. My internet totally just dropped.
No worries. Councillor, we do have regulations surrounding the types of material, plant material that must be used, that people install under our zoning bylaw. The first one being that the material must be hardy to the Edmonton area and must meet horticultural standards from the current edition of the Canadian nursery stock standard.
Are you able to share, so I appreciate that answer. I'm also just thinking about, the changing landscape as it relates to climate resilient plantings, and longevity given the more extreme weather that we're experiencing, drought tolerant plantings, things like that. Is that factored into this as well?
I can't comment on the specific contents of the nursery stock standard, just that certainly people who are much more expert than I am in horticulture would be drafting that guidance. So we would rely on their expertise for that, yes.
Okay, but good to know that the quality is considered as well. Okay, I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jens?
Councillor Salvador covered my question, so I'm trying to delete my request to speak.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
So currently, one tree, if the lot is less than 7.5 meter, right?
8 meters.
8 meters.
Yes.
And 2 trees if it's more than 8 meters. So it's a 15-meter lot.
Yeah, so between 26 and 49 feet. So 8 meters and 15 meters, 2 trees and 6 shrubs.
Yeah, because when I'm looking at your slides and you show some pictures and drawings, the space for other enjoyment of your backyard or your front are limited if you have 2 trees. That's what I'm sensing. Okay?
That's correct.
But if you have a 50-foot lot, you only require to have 2 trees. You have much bigger space to enjoy.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That's doesn't that create some kind of disincentives for smaller lots? Like if you want to enjoy your backyard, you want to do gardening, and you don't want to have, chairs and deck and sit around and all that, right? So
that's correct.
That's what I'm hearing from your presentation.
Yes.
Takes that element of outdoor backyard or front yard enjoyment with
and the possibility,
sunlight or
yes, and the possibility for those yards to be used for other things that could contribute to climate resilience, like having your own vegetable garden at the back. Those things would be a bit more difficult or challenging with tall trees.
Yeah.
And depending on the orientation of your property. So.
Okay, so that's the reason you recommended 1 tree for smaller lots and 2 trees for bigger lots.
That's the biggest driver. It was a balance of objectives that we have as a city that drove that.
Got it. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. I'll take the chair back, and Councillor Tang.
Yeah, just quickly, in the report, it said there's a tree report coming, I think, from Parks and Roads. Is that right?
There is a tree report coming in. I don't know where it's coming from, but I do know it's coming back in September, and it's related to 2 motions. One from May 16th around roadmap of current programs, so the current state, and then from City Ops, a report on trees on public and private property.
Okay, so it will explore more opportunities on private property then?
It's going to first paint a full picture of current state as well as outlines opportunities for future projects, yes.
Okay, that's very helpful, thank you. And then just in terms of communicating the standard of the current standard, who's responsible for communicating that to homeowners? I'm just wondering, when people buy a home, do they even know they need to have 1 tree, 2 shrubs? I don't know.
Oftentimes, and this is the conundrum, oftentimes future homeowners and residents aren't aware. They've purchased the property and then they were the ones holding the bag.
Yeah, and then that tree, well, I guess in terms of boosting compliance even for the current rule, what are some ways, would you say?
Sorry, could you clarify the question?
Just what are some ways we can boost compliance for current rules? Never mind raising that and still come at the risk of poor compliance, right?
Our approach has always been education first,
Yeah.
and again, enforcement is primarily complaint driven. So there may be situations where property owners have beautiful front and backyards with no trees, but it's just beautifully landscaped. So this is, yeah.
Yeah, no, great, thank you. And I imagine that report coming in September will probably dive more into that.
Yes.
Great.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or folks in the proponents and opponents on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Okay, can someone move closing the public hearing on this bylaw, please?
Sure, I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Councillor.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack, so please vote.
We have what a vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can someone, does someone want to move the first reading?
No one else does. I'm happy to.
Just hold on, Councillor Knack. Can you turn your mic on, Councillor Beckett?
Yeah, just for clarity.
Yeah.
As we vote for this, that means that we're voting for the bylaw as is, not with the text amendment for the 2 trees, just so that everyone's clear.
Okay, that's a good point, actually. What is being moved as first reading?
The bylaw before you is to amend it from 1 tree to 2 trees.
Yeah.
So if you vote yes for that, you're voting for 2 trees on less than 8 meter lots.
Yeah.
I think everyone should be crystal clear on what they're
that's
voting.
what I thought so. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Councillor Knack is moving it, seconded by?
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, point of order. Can you, I just want to understand. If you vote yes, that means you are voting in favor of 2 trees.
Yeah, so if the bylaw, if you're voting in favor, you're supporting 2 trees on a lot that is less than 8 meters and 4 shrubs, right?
Correct.
Okay, if you vote against it, then you're voting for 1 tree and 4 shrubs on a lot less than 8 meters.
Right, okay, yes is 2, 1 is no. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, and now we have first reading on the floor. Now to speak, Councillor Pickett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am always in favor of more trees. At the same time, we have to understand that there are limitations to how many we can get onto a lot that will thrive successfully and that will actually do the job that we want them to do as far as biodiversity and cooling our boulevards and things like that. This is, administration did a really good job with this, consulted with our arborists. Well, I would prefer to have trees everywhere. We also have to understand that there are a lot of different uses that people want to put to their land that also contribute to the sustainability of our city. So I'm happy at this point to vote no and go with what we already have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm all for trees. I spent Saturday morning planting with a couple of volunteer groups with Root for Trees. And I think there's a place for them on the hillsides. I don't think that these small lots can accommodate 2 big trees. I also heard that columnar aspens were a good alternative as well. Those things spread, so you could start with 2 trees and end up with about 10. I'm concerned as well about the root systems, that they aren't, some trees aren't getting deep enough soil in order for them to thrive. And I just think by mandating 2 trees on these small lots, it's not good for the plants or the trees. I'd rather see more foliage, more gardens, more clover. And I think that would do more for the environment and I guess for the watershed as well. So I will be voting no against this.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I've found myself going back and forth on this. As a fundamental principle, do want to see more trees planted, regardless of the size of development. I want them to be healthy and strong and successful trees, though. And what I'm understanding from this report is that the proposed regulations wouldn't necessarily lead to that. I do think there's a really important conversation to be had around our planting requirements. I understand that will be coming in September, so very much look forward to that. At that time, I think I'd be very interested in looking at increasing the tree requirement, potentially decreasing the shrub requirement, again, based on the advice from experts in biodiversity and landscaping. So for now, I, at this point, will vote no, but look forward to hearing from my colleagues as well.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Oh, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm actually going to vote no as well. I went back and forth, and this is again an example of when you come in thinking the one thing in a public hearing and then change your mind through the process. So I think it's important to remind people of that. And I think what is really important to recognize is that we just spent so much time talking about one tree or two tree. This was my intent, but what came out in the report was like the compliance is nominal anyway. So honestly, at this point, unless we're going to increase compliance with any landscaping requirements, I'm kind of at the point of like, why do we even have landscaping requirements? Wasn't the zoning bylaw to stop regulating stuff that doesn't need to be regulated? And so if we're not going to actually hold people to account for the landscaping requirements in single family zoning that we require, I think that's a bigger problem that we need to discuss. So I don't see the point in adding another tree at this point. But this has made me actually question whether any of it even matters. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knapp to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. And first, thanks to administration. And so I'm going to be voting yes. And it's not due to your report. I thought you did a great job with the report. But I'm struggling on this one. I appreciate all the perspectives. I wish I had gone out on a field trip today so that I could walk down some mature neighborhood streets here with new homes. I'm looking out my window right now, and I see two skinny homes that managed to preserve two long-standing mature trees. Added the shrubs, have that. I think about the neighborhoods that I've been representing for a while, and I see a lot of them that did put up those trees or managed to retain their long-term trees. We heard from Ms. Farrow about the fact that you can do that. I think that the argument that just because we're not enforcing it is a reason to pull it out, I think is not the right argument to be making. I think if we're not, first question is, do we think it's important to have trees and shrubs to a certain level on the lot? So yes, I'm hearing that. People are saying 1 and 4. I'm really confused about how folks can't get 2 trees on a lot. I think it's that they just have been choosing not to, and they haven't been enforced, and that's it. Because I can think about example after example after example where 2 trees have been done on a narrow lot. And I think that with plenty of room for gardens, with plenty of room for green space, with plenty of room for those other things. So maybe this is a little bit of personal experience rubbing off on me on this one, but I've had some very direct experience of doing this, and it was exceptionally easy to retain 2 trees, and not talking putting 2 new trees, but put mature trees and retain that on narrow lots. And so that's point 1, is I think from a practical perspective, it's actually very easy to do so. I really struggle with the suggestion that it's not, and I've seen too many examples where it works out really well. I think the other piece that I really think we need to remind everyone is that this was a major point that was raised during the zoning bylaw public hearing about the preservation of trees. And I appreciate we're not doing the private tree protection bylaw. That idea has long since came and went. I fought that fight. It's not one that folks want to have. But since we're not doing that, the least I feel that we could be doing as a city is to require a little bit of this, because I think right now I'm going through neighborhood renewal for the first time, and in one of the neighborhoods that I represent. And the first draft had the inclusion of tree boulevards on the local roads, not just the collector roads. And I understand this is one of the first times the city was proposing that idea. For a variety of reasons, the residents are just completely opposed to boulevards on the local roads. There's a longer story I won't bore you with right now. But what that means is that assuming the new plans are updated and there is no longer a treed boulevard on those local roads, I am worried that we're not setting ourselves up to having enough trees to address the heat island. In fact, to help make sure we have that proper resource in place. So I think this has been something that we've heard over and over and over again from residents in mature neighborhoods. Think about how many times people love to talk about the character of their community in a mature neighborhood. And everyone gives you 100 different answers when you ask what the character is, except for one common thing we hear over and over again: mature trees in the neighborhood. And so if we're setting a fairly low standard, we're not actually giving people the one thing that I think most everyone actually agrees on when it comes to the character of a mature community. So this is my tree to die on, if you will. But I actually think we've made this seem like this is some unachievable goal that we should, with no sense in striving for it. I think it's far simpler. It's something communities, residents have wanted over and over again. It's something that I just can't see why we wouldn't want to set that standard for ourselves and actually hold ourselves to it. That's, to me, was the biggest problem. We've required 2 trees for years. We just never held ourselves to the standard. So let's actually put in 2 trees, although I'm going to lose this vote. But if we can do it, let's put in the true trees. Let's do some enforcement. Let's hold people to it like we do every other aspect of their development. So would encourage people to maybe change their mind and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. All right, let's vote, please. You changed your mind.
What?
You did? Oh.
He's so convincing.
Oh, you felt sorry for him.
Councillor Jones, we have other vote.
Oh, sorry, it is defeated. Sorry, Councillor Knack. So we don't have to. Okay. 3.13, all right, Charter Bylaw 20795 to amend zoning bylaw 2001 to reduce barriers to office tower conversions in the downtown. There's no one to speak to this very important item that downtown businesses have been asking for, but here we are, right? Any presentation from administration?
Would you like one?
No. It's okay. I think we know what we're doing, right? And you know what you're doing, right? So let us go to questions. Councillor Prince-Pake, we need a presentation or questions?
I don't need a presentation. I just have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. On page 2 of the report, it spoke of recent conversions in the downtown special area. So I was just wondering, these variances, 9 variances were granted. That was done without any change to the bylaw, correct?
That's correct.
But you still need changes to the bylaw in order to continue with this direction?
No, it's not that the amendments would be necessary. When you vary a regulation, there's a time issue in that you need to notify residents within 60 meters over a course of 21 days. So it adds this additional timeline. It adds the uncertainty because as soon as you need to vary a regulation, it becomes discretionary. And in the minds of the applicants, you know, that can be a deterrent, that uncertainty. And it also, of course, because there's discretion, opens up the possibility that you might be appealed or that you might not be approved. And so this is really an issue where we're identifying some what we see as particularly easy regulations to exempt from these zones without having a meaningful impact on the public realm or on the actual built outcomes.
Okay, that helps explain it. Great. Thank you very much for that. And I just wanted to confirm that the incentives were just basically permitting and such. It wasn't any granting or any kind of money incentive, correct?
Correct.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really support these changes. I think they'll be a great way to provide more certainty for conversions. Just a quick question about why we didn't move to a no DP required for conversions. If that option was considered, maybe to make it even easier and more streamlined.
There are still a number of requirements that the zoning bylaw would contain, things around, for example, indoor amenity space for residents. You know, bicycle parking was another one of this list of variances that we looked at but didn't choose to exempt. There are a lot of regulations that would still need to be met, but we judged those regulations to be within the control of the developers. So in the interest of having a fairly streamlined set of amendments here to council, we saw that as a bit too much of a risk for this amendment.
Councillor, just to add to that, the development permit process is also used to circulate to agencies that aren't necessarily commenting on the zoning itself. So from fire, waste, and it's used as a mechanism to collect various fees. So even in the absence of a development permit, we would have to create a subsequent process that looks and feels exactly like a development permit review.
Okay, well, thank you. That's very helpful. And just wondering over time, if you feel there may be opportunities to further develop this exemption for, let's say, conversions to community services uses or to educational uses, for example. Is that something that administration will continue to look for as opportunities arise?
I mean, we're definitely open to this input. We haven't explored it beyond this particular example in this case. Through the zoning bylaw renewal, we did identify more opportunities for no development permit required than there were under the previous bylaw. And so I think in the name of continuous improvement, we would certainly be open to that if the opportunities are there.
Great, really appreciate it. No further questions.
Thank you so much. We will stop at 9 o'clock because we want to end on time. And we will not be going beyond 9, so if we don't finish this item, this will come back to whenever the next public hearing will be. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Just a very quick question here. The variances then that are, they're more a result of it being an existing building, right? Like setbacks and things like that wouldn't necessarily be allowed with a new build. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it won't set a precedent for new builds.
Correct.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So the first question about utility infrastructure upgrades, and I noticed in the reports and it mentions, and then city administration did work with APCOR and did some consultation. Is there any concern from APCOR and regarding the utility, including like the sewer system, water supply, and for those tower converted to from office and to residential?
So as Mr. Pollock outlined just a moment ago, there is still an opportunity for the circulation process when a development permit is applied for. So those would be the types of things that would be looked at through the development permitting process.
Councillor, to add, generally the requirements for commercial are higher than the residential, so I don't see it as a huge issue going forward.
Okay, so if the upgrading or the change needed, and is this cost is under the developers, and for all those type of change inflated for the water supply and for the sewer system and then anything like that.
Correct, it would be the developer who would pay for those.
So will be under developer for those costs. So I heard Councillor Principe ask this question earlier, and then intensive does not include the grants from the city, is just from other type of support. So I just want to get that clear, and because I recall there's some discussion happening in the past.
Councillor, all that's before you today is these bylaw amendments to reduce some of the regulations to allow the conversion to office or from office to residential.
Yep, I know what is in front of us. I just want to get really clear confirmation the intensive does not include funding support from city.
It does not.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I'll ask if there is any additional questions, clarifying questions on the new information arisen out of previous conversation to anyone from council members. Seeing none, Councillor Stevenson.
Closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Second.
Councillor Paquette seconded that. Okay, all right. Please vote.
Point of order. Isn't it typical of the person who selected the item?
I am so sorry, Councillor Principe.
Oh,
It's
well, and
not a
also
rule.
usually the ward councillor moves rezonings in their ward.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sure. Yeah,
that's what
you go
I
ahead.
thought, right? So, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now we can vote on closing the public hearing.
We have what a vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of item 313.
Second.
Okay. Second by Councillor Tang, so please vote on the first reading. Not the vote. We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? To speak. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
I just want to thank you, administration, for bringing forward these changes. You know, industry has been asking us to do what we can in order to support conversion of office spaces into residential, recognizing the financial constraints that we have, or even as a principle, I think providing financial subsidies for conversions is not something that I supported and wouldn't support, because taxpayers should not be funding those conversions with their hard-earned dollars to subsidize private developers. But as a municipality, we have a role to enable those conversions to happen. The way we do that is actually removing regulatory barriers and other zoning barriers. And this is exactly what administration has done, and that's exactly what we should be doing to enable that kind of opportunity for conversion. So I really want to thank you, administration, for doing so. And with that, I will take the chair back, and I'll go to anyone else to speak. Not, I'll go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You said it all. Thank you so much to administration, and very excited to see the opportunities that these changes create.
All right. So please vote.
We have what a vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading of item 313.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have for the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Move consideration of third reading.
Second?
Please vote for consideration.
We have for the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20795.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Tank. Please vote for the final reading. Oops, I got to vote soon.
We have for the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, well, that concludes our agenda. No, actually, not yet. There are some motions and motions without customary notice. You got 4? Councillor Paquette has 4 notice of motion. Please start. Just kidding, okay. Okay, we are adjourned at 8:57 p.m. Good night.